I'm really very pleased to be here today. It's an important day. I know that some of you are still in the way, that not everybody arrived yet, but I think there is quite a large number. So I hope we will have also some other opportunities to meet all together here at the central building of Sant'Anna School. I'm very happy to welcome you all because I think that today is a great day because your adventure is starting. So let me give you some small advices and then I leave the floor to my colleagues. First of all, 3 years. What is a PhD program? You will find out in the next months and the next years. In my opinion, it's an incredible opportunity to discover, to try in your hands, in your life, what is freedom. I don't know if you will have other opportunities in your life to have a period to, especially the first year, to investigate, be curious, find out what's going on in the next door, what other professors, other PhD students are doing. It's a great moment. I know most of you arrived with an idea in your head and a program, perhaps also even a project. I spoke with some of you, and this PhD student said to me, I have a very nice program, this is what I want to do, and so on. And I thought, I hope you change your idea. Why? Because I think that absolutely, I say to my colleagues, it's a good idea to select the students considering the capacity to put in place a good project. But I think Sant'Anna, it's a fantastic place to mix up, what is your background and try to get the best on what the school can offer. The school, it's a small public university, very active, full of energy. And you can see this looking at the results of these last years. We have grown really a lot. We have an incredible number of projects going on. And we put in place for the first time in the last years also 2 interdisciplinary centers. And this, it's a way to show and to demonstrate the willingness, the capacity of our researchers to share their research, to put in common their work, and to find new ways to answer to the complex challenges of our society. So try to get the best from all of this. Now I know that you're here and you will hear some presentation regarding social science, and perhaps you are working in medicine or in engineering. And for PhD students of social sciences, some presentation about robotics or about healthcare and so on. Well, try to keep your ears open. There are a lot of opportunities just from sharing, knowing, discussing. You can have a lot of ideas. And this is a place where you can do this because the dimension helps you a lot in all of this. So, welcome. Try to participate in all the opportunities at the school every day. Every day there are seminars and meetings. Try to keep in touch, to look what's going on, and to participate. If you work in Pontedera, don't close yourself in Pontedera, but try to get the train sometimes and come over in Pisa. And what I say from the person that are working here in Pisa, perhaps not in the central buildings, but in in TECIP or in Plant Lab or in the other institutes that are really very near, okay, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour walking distance, come over, meet with the others, organize some also social events that can help you in doing also friends with others. So you will have a very large presentation regarding all the services of the school. I would like to thank the administrative staff that has done really a big job to organize this day, but also for all the selecting process. It's quite complicated. We are a small school, but we have 10 programs. So in a way, we are very active. I remember that the PhD students are half of our heart from the training point of view. We have the undergraduate students, more or less the same number of the PhD students. So you can imagine how important you are for the school. So try to get in touch also with the undergraduate students that live here. They are in the college. And I hope you can do a lot of activities together. And after the representative in the Senate will speak to you, and she is in the Senate together with the representative of the undergraduate students. And I think they're doing really a great job in the Senate to help, you know, your point of view to come out in the strategic planning of the school. And so keep in touch and try to get the best from this fantastic experience. And also try to have a lot of opportunities to visit Pisa and Tuscany. I think this is a great environment where we can put together scientific work and also pleasure and a nice time with the sea and with the mountains and with the country land that is really very, very nice. So thank you, and I leave the floor, I think, to Professor Hiraldo, that is the representative of the PhD programs and coordinators in the Senate.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the Scuola. I'm very happy to be here. Yeah, I like very much the call for interdisciplinarity that the rector just made. And I would like to elaborate a little bit on that. Why? Because the interdisciplinary approach for our school is a key priority. It is a key priority for everything we do, for the research activity, for teaching, for PhDs, okay? And really I would like to put all my efforts in that, and this is the last mandate of my being a representative at the Senate for the PhD coordinators. That is going to be a priority for me. And it should also be a priority for you, to be interdisciplinary. You want to know why? Well, I give you some reasons, okay? Some good reason to adopt an interdisciplinary approach in your PhD career. First of all, well, we are tackling different challenges as scientists, as researchers, as business people. Whatever you will do in your professional career, you will tackle very complex challenges. Let me mention some of these challenges that are the main topics on which, for example, our interdisciplinary centers are working. Like, for example, climate change and environmental problems. They are a very interdisciplinary matter. If you want to solve climate change, if you want to fight climate change, you have to be a good technician, you have to be a good physics, you have to be a good naturalist, you have to be a good business man or woman. Why? Because climate change, it has become an economic issue. You want to find incentives to fight climate change, you have to fight climate change, making the companies do that. So making economically viable and interesting for companies, for example, to fight climate change. Health. Health is becoming a very interdisciplinary matter. Okay? You need the technical part, but you need to understand the legal part of health, you need to understand the economic and management part of health. Those are areas on which the school has been carrying out research for decades, since it was born. Okay? We would like our PhDs to do the same, to open their mind, to know more about other disciplines, because that is going to be part of their toolkit when they're going to face their professional challenges. Okay? Have I persuaded you? No. Okay. Second good reason. Interdisciplinarity is not just a way of learning more and more different things. Okay? It's just not a way to open your mind. It is becoming a skill per se. Okay? You're becoming an interdisciplinary guy when you're able to make different scientists, different researchers talk to each other, understand each other, and cooperate with each other. So you're going to be more successful as a researcher if you speak more languages, if you're able to integrate different know-hows together to aim for the same target, okay? To research the same area, to work on the same business aim, and so on and so forth, okay? So it's going to be part of your luggage. Whenever you go, you're getting your PhD. If you are going to be interdisciplinary enough, then you're going to be more able to play a new role. In the new economic and technical era, interdisciplinarity is a skill per se, okay? Have I persuaded you? Not so far. Okay. Third good reason, okay? I've done my homework, as you will be requested to do. I carried out a small literature review on the effect of interdisciplinarity on wages and salaries, okay? Literature says, quite unanimously, this is going to ring a bell,
It's going to be a good point.
affects the salary and increases the average salaries. The more you are interdisciplinary, the more you're going to earn, okay, in your professional career, whatever you're going to do, okay? And it's proven by several studies, not unanimous, but several studies are finding this kind of evidence. Have I persuaded you? Not yet. Well, this is my last bullet. The last bullet I have is, there is a part of the literature which also says that for early career researchers, interdisciplinarity is going to produce a higher impact in terms of publication, in terms of citation, and so on. Honestly, it happens more in the STEM disciplines than in social sciences. We have to work on social sciences to make this happen. No? We have to find some breakthroughs, because social sciences are still a little bit within their boundaries, not here at the scuola, in the other rest of the world. But there are studies that prove that if you're interdisciplinary enough, then you're going to be able, in the early stage of your career, to get more the interest of your colleagues, researchers, to make your paper more read, okay? How can you be interdisciplinary at the school during your PhD? Okay, so write it in your mind. You can borrow any course you want to attend from any other PhD at the school. Okay, so as the rector said, when you're going to watch the presentation of the single PhD, think that if you're studying, I don't know, medicine, health, you want to know something about health management, you can borrow a course, you can attend the course from the management PhD. Okay, you're studying economics of climate change, you want to know something on how food policies are affecting climate change and climate change is affecting food policies, you can borrow a course from the low PhD in food and climate change, okay? So you can pick courses. What are we going to do during this year? We will make this even more clearer and easy to access, okay? Because today, honestly, they have to do all the work, they have to search and so on. My commitment is, during this year, I will let you know in a very clear way, and I will make you very easily available the choice of picking up different courses from different PhDs, okay? I'm gonna force my colleagues to do that. Be this the last thing I do, I will do it, okay? Thank you very much and welcome.
Now, we leave the floor to Elisabetta Cappa. She is the representative of the PhD student in our Senate.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I hope your time here in Pisa so far has been great. As the rector was saying, I'm the PhD representative in the Academic Senate. You probably received some emails from me. So yeah, this is me. So in the presentation, I will just give a brief overview of information that I think are useful, and also talk more about who your representatives are. There are different PhD representatives that you can go to for different issues. I just want to give a brief overview of that, and of other services and information which can be useful. I need to go forward. This, okay. Okay. So first of all, what is the Academic Senate? It's a representative body of the school where all the different decisions that concern the school are taken, and the role of the PhD representative in this is to take the point of view of the PhD students and bring them to the Academic Senate. So it's the point of view of PhD students in this high-level body that takes decisions that concern the school. You can get in touch with the representative when you want to present school-specific issues that can concern the PhD suspension or maternity leave, for example, problems that are specific to international students, or demands about the school services, and also initiatives that you want to bring to the attention of the Academic Senate. The PhD representative makes meetings with the representative of the institutes and all different representatives of the school. And there's also a PhD assembly at least once a year. It's usually more than that. And there is one today at 6:30 p.m. in Aula 3, just a little reminder of that. Okay, so there are the representatives, as I was saying. There's a representative at the Students and Teachers Board, which looks at the teaching quality, and there are Laura Colagiorgio and Lorenzo Fontanelli. The Quality Enhancement Committee, which looks at the quality assurance of the school bodies, and the representative is Stefano Azzolina. Health and Security, it's Anna Chiara Bressi, and Library Committee, he just finished his mandate, so if anyone is interested, let me know. Okay, I'm not able to, okay. Then there's the Board of Governors, which is an allievo ordinario, who is Pietro Panini, that represents both the allievi ordinari and us. The Ethics Board, that looks at investigation and control activities that regard the compliance and rules in the Code of Ethics, who is Nora Donelli, again, allieva ordinaria, and then the Open Data Committee, who's Veronica Cruciani. Then there's all the representative PhD students at the Institute and at the PhD course level. These are all the ones that are of the Institute. If you have any concerns regarding the Institute, things that can regard the teaching or other Institute-specific things like supervisors and so on, you go to these people. Look at where your institute is, and you have to go to them. As I was saying, every PhD has an academic PhD board and a representative there. You can ask in your institute who they are in your department. Okay, some useful information still. The international students can refer to the International Students Office, the IRO, who mostly is concerned with the issues pertaining the international students. Then there's also a psychological support service, which was instituted a couple of years ago. And we have access to 6 free sessions, and you can write to psychohelp.santana@performa.it, and there are different languages where this is available. And finally, for other items, you can go to the confidential counselor if you consider yourself to be victim of in the code of ethics. Finally, one last item is the intranet. You can find a lot of useful information there. Unfortunately, many of the parts of this website are in Italian, but the school is working on this to make it more accessible to the international students. And for example, under servizi and facilities, you can find all the agevolazioni, which are the conventions that the school makes so that you have access to things at a lower price. For example, Trenitalia, we have a discount, 20%, or the medical analysis at LAM, which is a medical analysis laboratory here in Pisa, also different banks, and also some bars and other items that you can go, and there are more than what I said. You can go and see them in this list. If you want to access to and look at information on the psychological counseling, you can look at it here, this lavorare alla scuola, this consulenza psicologica per gli allievi e gli allievi, so the first item down the bar. And you find all the information, which, as I was saying, now it's in Italian. The documents there are also in English, but so far I could find it only in Italian. And however, the service is not only in Italian. I want to say that again, stress that again. It can also be in English, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese. Okay, and then we have a couple of meetings coming up. We have a PhD aperitivo on Friday. At 7 p.m. at Orzo Bruno. So as also the rector was saying before, it's good to have a chance to meet other PhD students. So we will have some different aperitivos during the year. You can also organize them and write to the person who will be their PhD representative during the next years, so to organize these aperitivi. And today there will be an assembly at 6:30 in Aula 3. There are many things to discuss. One of them is that my mandate is almost over. Tomorrow we'll have my last academic senate meeting. So there will be the elections to decide the new PhD representative. So it's very important that you're there because we have different candidates. And so I really hope I will see you today at 6:30. Thank you very much.
Now, Elisabetta was very quick in her presentation, but she will share her slides, and also now we will have, after that we hear Dottoressa Magini, after we will also have a presentation of each service, so you will have the chance to go a little bit more deep in the presentation. So don't worry, she was very quick, but you will have also other opportunities just to get all the information through. So I give the floor to Chiara Magini. She is the responsible of the administrative staff.
Thank you. Welcome to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today. It's always a great pleasure to be at one of the PhD welcome days and to see all of the new students incoming and to have the opportunity to meet you all, at least for the time of your time here and the meeting and our time together. It's always a pleasure because it's the beginning of a journey. It's the beginning of your journey here at the school, but also of our journey together. My name is Chiara. I oversee the PhD office, and I'm here to introduce you and to give a glimpse of just an overview of what we do as PhD office, the services that we provide to students, also our role at the school. So let me find, sorry. So first and foremost, we provide administrative support to the 10 PhD programs that are directly organized by the Scuola, by Sant'Anna School. You are enrolled in one of them, so you know them already, and you will hear more about all of the programs directly from the PhD coordinators later on. But we also provide welcoming and administrative support to the students who are enrolled in 10 more joint PhD programs that are organized by other higher ed institutions and the school partakes in. So the school finances this year 17 PhD scholarships in these 10 courses that you can see here listed. So they're organized by other institutions, so the administrative headquarters are in another university, but the students are doing the research and attending courses here at the school. So the primary research seat for them is at our school. So what do we do? Our office is in charge of providing all of the administrative support and activities related to governmental credentialing and implementation. Every year, all of the PhD programs have to apply to the Ministry of University and Research to get their credentials, to renew their credentials and to be implemented. We take care of the PhD admissions, so of this selection process that you partook in. We take care of student enrollment and academic support, so we provide all of the information and support that you need to during your PhD career. We provide information about course scheduling, external lectures. We also manage all of the financial budgeting of the 10 PhD courses. And we liaise with external partners and institutions, for example, financing companies or other universities or institutions, and of course the Ministry of University and Research. We take care of all the data collection around PhD courses and statistics, and we implement all of the governmental reporting and databases. And last but not the least, we provide support to the 10 faculty or academic boards of our PhD programs. That said, what can we do for you? So what are the services that are relevant for PhD students? What are the services that we offer, and why should you contact the PhD office? So we provide all academic support, so everything that is related to academics. We, again, take care of our admissions and enrollment, so if you need support or if you need any information around enrollment, if you need a certificate, it's the last point, but it's one of the primary services that we provide. If you need a certificate of enrollment, if you need a certificate, a transcript, for example, you ask our office and the administrative coordinator of your PhD program. We provide information and assistance around PhD academics, courses, your course load, study plans, special requirements, et cetera, and we submit to the specific and relevant faculty board your request for authorization if you want to use your research budget, if you want to spend a term abroad, or if you have any questions or requirements to be admitted to the following year. And of course, we take care of all of the PhD thesis defense and degree, the issue of your degree and diploma. That said, you will hear more from the other offices and other services later on after my presentation and a short video. So we have invited representatives from different offices and services so that you can learn more about, not only about the PhD office, but also all of the services that the school provides to students. So here is the staff of the PhD office. I want to thank them all for the great work that.
Perhaps they could stand up.
Yes, yes.
Who is
of course.
here? Laura, I see Laura Bevac.
I
Will you
think-
stand up so that
Yeah,
they
please
can all see
stand
you?
up and wave.
Look, turn around.
Thank you.
So you can, connect the photo to the person.
Yeah, you've met some of them already because they are your administrative, the coordinator of the PhD course that you are enrolled with. But I mean, we are a big office and we provide transversal services. So if you want to, and if you need something, you might, relate to the other coordinators as well. So Laura, Annalisa, Volodia, Valentina, Silvia, myself, Maria, Valentina, Federica, and Martina are the 10 people of the office. But I want to also, since I'm here, I also want to announce that I'm stepping down my role of head of the PhD office in November. And I want to welcome and greet my successor, Sara Barzanti, who will be the next. Who will be the next head of the PhD office and carry on the great job of the office, even better, I would say. Thank you, Sarah. You have our contacts. We are in the Toscanelli building. Our office is more or less always open and always welcoming students. I only ask you to, just give us a call or send us an email before coming so that you're sure that the person you're looking for is not busy and can receive you and provide the service that you are looking for. But otherwise, you're always welcome to stop by our office. We also have offices in the TechIP Institute and the Biorobotics Institute as well in Pontedera, so that we cover more or less all of the geographical areas the school is in. Finally, we are very happy to have you joining our community. All of the communities have rules and regulations. We need to respect each other, and we need to respect our rules and regulations in order to be a community, to be a real community. So I invite you all to have a look and read our statute, so the statute of the Scuola Sant'Anna, and the training activities regulations, especially Book 3, which deals around the PhD programs. And of course, the Code of Ethics that applies to all of us, so to the staff, to the faculty, and the students, so everyone who is part of our community. Finally, as Elisabetta mentioned, we have a specific page on the intranet where you can find all of the forms, modules, and information. And if you can't find something, feel free to contact us anytime. With that, I thank you all, and we'll continue with the video and then more presentations.
Now,
thank you.
Thank you, Chiara. To close up this first part of our presentation, I would like to show you a video that tells you something on what's going on at the school in 1 year time. And this has been prepared by the communication office. So let's start with the video so you have an idea of what are the activities that go on in Sant'Anna.
Hello guys,
Can you
here
take off
from
the
the Press
light?
and Communication Office, we have decided to unlock some memories for you about the more or less traumatizing last year that we spent together. Let's go! After the ceremony of the last General States, the first appointment was the Bride Night.
Venite con me.
The event organized by the Public Engagement Office, which involves all the souls of the school. Like every year, we welcomed new students with a special welcome week, with chats, songs, and organized events. This year, we had an increase in the number of students, 6 more thanks to the private funding. Then, we have the job fair, with its 2 editions involved 77 companies and 1,000 participants. Then the Star Cup Toscana, held at the school, and then new appointments. Luca Balcarenghi, Vice Rector of Digitalization, and Lino Cinquini, new Director of the Management Institute, and Fabrizio Cesare Filippo Di Pasquale, full Professor of Telecommunications, has been elected as the new Director of the Institute of Mechanical Intelligence. The PhD Welcome Day took place on the 23rd October with PhD students coming from all over the world. And just as many students were arriving at Sant'Anna, a delegation of students left for Ethiopia as part of the Africa Connect project, a journey that was told in a beautiful video shown during the inauguration of the academic year on December 7, and that, if you miss it, you can catch up on YouTube. By the way, do you interact with the contents on social media of Sant'Anna? We need you, so we can become more and more viral. So follow us on social media and also follow our new Instagram page. On November 6th, we had the Dosu Festival for the retirement of the professor who became Professor Emeritus and to whom we dedicate now an applause. Applause! November 10th, Sant'Anna School wins the drone contest, and then a beautiful and touching moment. On November 22nd, the school stopped to shout no to patriarchy and no to gender violence, precisely in the days in which it was now clear that Giulia Cecchettin had been killed by her boyfriend, but more than everything, by this culture.
Non tenere prigioniera mia sorella, non rinchiudere le mie cugine, non negare nulla alle tue nipoti. Non è colpa loro, mamma. Non era neanche mia.
On November 25, an important moment for promoting the culture of inclusion, the Sit and Play With Us event, demonstration day of the Paralympic discipline of sitting volleyball, with the vice captain of the Italian national team, Eva Ceccatelli, an employee of Sant'Anna, who among the other competed in the Paris Paralympic this year. On December 5th, Professor Stefanini was named director of the Biorobotic Institute. On December 7th, the opening of the new academic year took place at Teatro Verdi, including moments of dissemination, music, and entertainment. On December 18th, Christian Cipriani begins his new role as a dean of the Experimental Sciences class, and then, like every year, a moment of best wishes for the arrival of Christmas.
Buon anno!
In January, life at school starts again, and the orientation days for high school students return, as well as the video Fantastic Researchers and Where to Find Them, produced by the Public Engagement Office. In the first month of the year, Andrea Roventini becomes director of the Institute of Economics. The month of February sees the arrival of the Diploma Award ceremony for students and PhD. On the 22nd, the opening of the immigration desk in the Nencetti room of the Scuola Sant'Anna, a desk for all students from University of Pisa, Scuola Normale Superiore, and Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna. And immediately afterwards, an important stance was taken by the Scuola Sant'Anna, which together with Scuola Normale said a firm no to the beatings and the repression of the freedom to protest peacefully. In March, relations between industrial unions and Sant'Anna was consolidated, with a framework agreement being stipulated for collaborative activities between the parties. Also in March, a very valuable meeting with the seminar with Dr. Biagio Mazzotta, General Accountant of the State. A lot of things in May. Always Memo starts again, and this year involved 360 students in its third editions. But the good news is that from year to year, applications are increasing. This year we had 100 more applications than the last one. Among them, students from the project STEM, Girls Game. they have visited the school laboratories, experiencing the research that we hope they will undertake in their future. In May, we had the Robotic Festival, as well as another important seminar with Dr. Stefano Paleari, advisor to the Minister of University and Research. But the real highlights, what is a truly important event for the entire school and all its components, are the laying of the foundation stone of the Scientific Center of San Giuliano Terme and the opening of the Pilo Boil Palace. And since these spaces are also dedicated above all to research, let's talk about it for a moment. The cutting-edge research of the school has been enriched by 3 new ERC projects. Dante by Giovanni Stabile for a new paradigm that predict the microclimate in a urban context, and EPIC by Fabian Gerd-Mather on how the electrical charge produced by leaves of plants can be used to power artificial devices, and then iBot by Veronica Iacovacci for the development of micro-robots capable of navigating and implanting themselves in a non-invasive and controlled way in the human body, which will start in 2025. And now let's return to our hot summer. In June, Pietro Tonutti becomes director of the Institute of Plant Production, Matta Dell'Acqua of the Institute of Plant Science. Sant'Anna Science Café has restarted under the direction of Professor Deborah Angeloni and the Public Engagement Office, and then the University School of Orientation. In July, Sant'Anna launches a new joint master's degree course with the University of Pisa in Nursing and Midwifery Sciences. After that, Memo again, the admission competition with Pisa welcomes talent, the presentation of the new seasonal school catalog, gem of the last month, the great success of the annual EPIC European Policy for Intellectual Properties Association Conference, organized by the Scuola Sant'Anna in collaboration with the University of Pisa from 11th till 13th September. And now, we must also prepare for big changes. Who will be the next rector?
Hai il cappello e gli occhi blu, se risponde di sì, dice indovina chi.
While we think about it, in the meantime, write down this important date and event. December 14th, in Teatro Verdi, we are going to celebrate a special inauguration of the academic year. We can't wait to spend another beautiful year together. Bye!
So thank you to the communication office that is always really very brilliant in preparing this video. And I leave the floor to the next section where you will have the presentation of the different services of the school. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Alessandro Innocenti. Si sente? Questo lo tocco. Sì, per andare avanti, questa grande? Questo, ok, grazie. Good morning, everyone. Okay. I am Alessandro Innocenti and I present to you the School Prevention and Protection Service. Okay, the Prevention and Protection Service, SPP, is located within the UO Sicurezza Ambiente, in English Safety and Environment Office, and is the operational unit that supports the rector, the employer, but also the institute directors and the coordinator of research centers with regards to the health and safety of workers in the workplace.
The so-called unique text of safety, Legislative Decree 81/2008, tell us that the worker is a person who, regardless of the type of contract, carries out a work activity within the organization of a public or private employer, with or without remuneration, even for the sole purpose of learning a trade, an art, or a profession. In addition to the Prevention and Protection Service, two other offices are relevant for aspects concerning your stay in the school and therefore also your safety. Gestione tecnica e infrastrutture, the services, the organization units of works, this diagram represents the organization of the school in terms of safety. At the top of the organization is the rector as an employer. At the second level of responsibility are the managers, dirigenti in Italian, the general director, the administrative managers, and the directors coordinators of institutes and research centers. Even below, you can see the supervisor, preposti in Italian, figures responsible for controlling the activities in the various locations. At the top, you can see the two fundamental technical figures, the person responsible for the prevention and protection service, or safety manager, and the competent doctor or occupational physician. Safety, what should I do? Anyone who comes to the Sant'Anna School to carry out a work activity within the organization is subject to the obligations and benefits from the protection provided by the Italian law. We have 3 steps. Step 1, you have to fill the board of the activities, accessing to health and safety portal, portale sicurezza in italiano. We will send you an email from the account no reply at santannapisa.it. Step 2, you are required to undergo health surveillance. We will send you an email from the account ambiente.sicurezza@santannapisa.it to summon you to the occupational physician for medical examination in order to verify your suitability for the job and issue the suitable working certificate. Step 3, you are required to complete the mandatory training on health and safety in the workplace. We will send you an email from the same account, ambiente.sicurezza@santannapisa.it, to invite you to the courses. Safety General Training for Workers, 4 hours, and the Specific Risk Training for Workers, 8 or 4 hours. To fill out step 1, board of activities. To fill out a board of the activities, you can access the internet from the Sant'Anna School website. C'è il puntatore? No, il puntatore ce l'abbiamo. On the home page, click on internet. Then click on services, in Italian servizi and facilities. The internet is in Italian language only. From the menu below, select safety, sicurezza. And then sicurezza cosa fare, that means safety, what to do. From this internet page, you can access the safety portal, Portale Sicurezza. I showed you the internet, which contains a lot of useful information related to health and safety. You can find, for example, the vademecum in English language, motherhood and safety at the workplace. But, however, filling out the board of the activities will be much easier for you. You will receive, or have already received, in fact, an email from noreply@santannapisa.it. In the email, click on the link to the safety portal. Then log in with your account credentials, username and password, the same of the email account. Fill in the form, save, and send. The form collects information on the activities you carry out at the school, from which the obligations regarding health surveillance and training arise. Step 2. Anyone who carries out an activity that exposes them to certain health risks, including PhDs, is subject to mandatory health surveillance. The Prevention and Protection Service manages and organizes health surveillance in collaboration with a competent doctor or occupational physician, a specialist in occupational medicine, according to 2 different health protocols. Medical examination for workers who perform office activities, or blood biological tests, urine analysis, and medical examination for those who frequent laboratories. The competent doctor assesses the suitability of workers for the specific work task to which they have been assigned. Health surveillance involves medical visits to be carried out at different times during the worker's career at school and includes initial health checkup, periodic health checkups, usually every 1, 2, or 5 years, depending on the type of risk, age, and the health status of the worker. This diagram shows you step 3, the mandatory training in health and safety. The first course is general safety training. It's the same for everyone, lasts 4 hours, and is provided in e-learning mode. The second mandatory course is the so-called specific training, the duration of which varies depending on the activity performed. The norm for universities is 8 hours. However, workers who carry out office activities follow a course of only 4 hours. Finally, every 5 years, a 6-hour refresher course is scheduled for everyone. I have finished. Thank you for your attention.
Si gira con questo? Con questo qui? Con quello? Sì, sì. So, welcome to everyone again. I'm very glad to meet you all. My name is Elisa, and I am the responsible of the International Relations Office. So, I will provide you some information and some really a few suggestions that our office is willing to do for you. So, first of all, let's start from the basic work, which is the immigration. We support you, and we have supported maybe a few of you non-European students for the visa application. In which way? We, in case of delays of request by the Italian consulate, we give you support for the application, or we offer information on the documents. Then, on the territory, we support you for the application for the stay permit and for all its renewal. It means that we support you now and during your permanence here in Pisa at the Scuola. What we do, we support to fill the application to fill the module. We support to collect all the necessary documents to attach to the application form. And we are in direct contact with the Immigration Office of the Questura for missing documents, requests, etc. Then other services for you. We give information and support to enroll in our regional health service, and this is for all students, not only for non-European. We give information on the cost, the procedures, the rules, the requirements, and the reimbursement procedure, because you know, maybe, that you will be reimbursed about the cost of the enrollment to the health service. This is a procedure that we start and is provided also by the PhD office. We are working in agreement with them with this. And then other services, information on how to open a bank account for all students. On city services, you will see that the Elisabetta Kappa have described the services that you can find, and we give information also for that. And information also for Italian language courses that maybe you can find at the Scuola or in the University of Pisa. And then, very, very important, you have seen in the video, we have an immigration info point directly at the Scuola. What does it mean? That you, as non-European students, are not requested to go in the police station to give your fingerprints or to request information, because a policeman comes here every week at the Scuola to give services to you directly at the Scuola. So it's a very unique services that is made in Italy and is shared with the University of Pisa and the Scuola Normale, and we are very proud about it, really. Then we don't have only services, we give you also money to go abroad. With the Erasmus program, some of you already know this program, mainly with trainship mobilities, mobilities that are given to the students of the Scuola with funds of the Scuola, mobilities trainship that are given in a consortium with the Scuola Normale and the IMT, sorry, andare indietro, sorry, with the IMT institution in Lucca, and also Erasmus mobility around the world in partners selected by the Scuola. These mobilities are made in program countries and partner countries. You will see on the right of the slide what is the program countries and which are the partner countries. And last but not least, the ELISA mobilities opportunities. ELISA is a European alliance. My colleague, the project officer of the program, will describe in detail the project this afternoon, but it's a very, very, very interesting program to participate in. And then some dates to participate to this opportunity. There's a calendar of calls. In March, there's the one of the consortium. In October, the one of the school. In November, the one of the international action. And you will see that there's the call online. I don't know if today or tomorrow, but in any case, no, it's today. My colleague saying it's today, so you can go through this web address and find the new call for the school funds for training mobility. This is the office. I please my colleague stand up and and you can find our. Okay. Thank you very much. Sensibilissimo sto posto.
Good morning and welcome to everyone. My name is Maria Teresa Navigato and I'm in charge of the library services. Don't worry, my presentation is very short today. The library will be provided with other opportunities to learn and talk more about them. So, what are the library services and what do they offer to PhD students? First of all, library is an integrated system of resources, services to support teaching, learning, and research activities. Some of the relevant services for you include databases and electronic resources that provide access to a wide range of books, e-books, conference proceedings, newspaper, and much more. You can access most of the content through the discovery tool called OneSearch, and single search box with which you can find all kinds of material, print and online material, and that you can find directly on the library homepage. All electronic resources are accessible to the Sant'Anna School network, but a secure remote connection is available as well to connect to resources off campus. A quick link is available on the library homepage to connect it to VPN. Next point, interlibrary services include interlibrary loan and document delivery. They allow institutional users to get documents not available at Sant'Anna Library through a library's network in Italy or abroad. A dedicated web page, you'll find a request form to ask for interlibrary loan and the link to the document delivery portal to ask for article journals. Obviously, librarians offer research support for topic research and search tools. They help you to identify the appropriate databases for a specific subject or to build a good search strategy for your topics. What about thesis and dissertation support? According to Sant'Anna School policy, the thesis must be in digital format and must be submitted to a digital repository. Librarian can assist you with the self-archiving process as well as with the thesis drafting by supporting, for example, for formatting, bibliographic styles, and for other issues related to the correct use of the copyrighted materials. So, an important service for you will be open access publishing. The service, first of all, provides guide and tools to learn more about open access roads, green road and gold road, and to understand better their implication and their meanings for the scholarly communication. And the services also offers to the institutional members the opportunity to publish open access, free charge, without additional cost for the author. This is made possible through a library subscription to the specific publisher agreements called publisher rate or transformative agreements. You can find all publisher agreements list on the dedicated web page. You can check all journals title list where you can publish open access. And obviously a guidance for the publishing process and workflow for each publisher. And in addition to open access services, I would like to mention very quickly a new service, DOI's attribution service. Digital object identifier, you know, it is a permanent and persistent identifier of the digital content that provides a permanent link to the document's online location, even if the URL changes. So it means all content will be always accessible and citable. So library can assign for institutional member DOI for the digital content not already published in other commercial publication, of course, but for any digital content shared online has open access. For example, for PhD thesis in the digital repository, or dataset research, or abstract, video software, so on, for any kind of digital content shared publicly online. This is a new service, and the library is promoting these services this week, which is the Open Access Week. So if you get to go to the library office, you'll find an information desk for all information and ready to answer all your questions. Obviously, all details and information you'll find on the website. And please contact the reference librarian to have help and support for all publishing process. And I want to encourage you to take advantage of these services, to make your research accessible, free accessible for everyone, and to increase the citation of your work. Library also provides customized training courses on the resource and search tools for individual users or groups. To request them, you can contact the library staff. Next scheduled course will take place in November. It has been requested by, I think, Human Rights Program Studies. But if you want, you can participate, and in the coming days, we'll publish all details of this event. As you may know, the library building currently is under renovation. The picture shows where we are now. In the corner of the first floor of the San Girolamo cloister, you'll find a small library, reading rooms, and obviously the library staff ready to assist you with all your needs. And finally, I want to invite you to visit the library website, because as I said more times this morning, there you can find all information about resources, services, contact details, news, and there is available a short online tutorial that shows how the Discovery tool works and much more about services and facilities. And before I finish, I want to invite the students who have not yet received the library card or library brochure to collect them at the library's office. So I think that's all for now. I hope to see you soon, and thank you for your attention.
Good morning and welcome everybody. My name is Giulia Dell'Antico and I'm the responsible of the so-called housing services, and the unit is the infrastructure and service technical management. We are part of the technical area of the school and we manage the facility management of the school in all of their specific items. Today I will do a very short presentation because the items are really variable, and so all of the services we provide and we support you during your permanence at the school are the badge requests. So for all of you, you already received your badge. In case of losses or problems with the access to the structures, you can refer to our unit. First of all, the hospitality services. We provide the support for everything that matters the stays at the school. Most of you already done an application for an accommodation at the school, and you received an email from the address housing@santanapisa.it. And if you already reply, you will receive more information and further information in the next few days. If you, those of you who haven't already done it, please reply to that email indicating, specifying the period you would like to stay to the accommodation you received, and then you will also receive all the information you need during this week. We also support for the canteen services. You will be able to go to the canteen at the headquarters here at the school, and you have 26 free meals during every month. You also have the possibility to go to the canteen also for other meals, paying directly to the canteen. The canteen is available also that with the badge you received. For every other service that regards the cleaning services, the concierge, the security, and all the principal services for your stay here, you can refer also to our office, including the training spaces reservation, which we manage with the precious support of the Gestione Aule. So if you need to book for a room or for a training, or if you have difficulties with these matters, please refer to Gestione Aule, which has a dedicated email that I will show you later, and to our office. Finally, the maintaining services. We deal with all that matters, the maintenance of the buildings here at the school. So for every problem or every signalation that you need to send to us regarding the buildings, the state of your room, if you will have an accommodation, our office is also responsible for that. Sorry, okay. I made, Marco, please help. Thank you. So this is our references. You will find a lot of emails address, and I'm sorry for that, but every email address has a goal, a scope. So servizi@santanapisa.it is the right reference email for hospitality, canteen services, cleaning services, concierge, and security. Manutenzioni.santanapisa.it for all the maintenance services of all the buildings except for the buildings in Pontedera. So the ones of you that will attend the PhD courses in Polo Sant'Anna Valdera, the reference email is manutenzioni@santannapisa.it. Info badge at sant'annapisa.it is the reference email for the badge requests. And finally, gestioneaule at sant'annapisa.it for the training space in reservation. You can find all of the information that I shortly say to you today on the intranet at the link that is shown at the end of these pages. So, thank you for your attention.
Morning. I introduce myself. I'm Italo Lisi. I am the Chief Innovation Officer of the ICT department in the school. The ICT department is composed by 10 people that manage all infrastructure, ICT infrastructure for communication, data center facilities on-premise and in cloud, cybersecurity services, and so on. I'm very glad to meet you today. And I want to spend a few words on topic concept, and no operative indication, but very topic concept. In particular, I want to highlight a keyword, awareness. This is an important keyword. First, you have to be aware that you work in a network that is ruled by Italian and European laws on data protection and cybersecurity. And this is a very important concept because on the research activities you have to manage this kind of problem on your work and with the relation with your neighbor, your colleagues. And maybe attention that data protection laws are very important and all violations are severely ruled. And second, you are to be aware that you are a continuous target of possibly cybersecurity attack. This is true for your digital identity and for all the kind of cybersecurity attack that you know, phishing, social, spamming, and so on. Mail is a principal vehicle, it's not the correct term, of cybersecurity and the social and phishing attack. You are to be aware that an email that contains a link for a web app that asks you to your credential, your ID and password, sounds like a phishing attack. Okay? Now, the first thing to know is that your identity, digital identity, is a very important asset that you have to preserve. Okay? You are to keep your identity safe. Digital identity is a need to enter in all services, online services, and to manage the process that support your activities. Digital identity permits you to enter and manage your email and your services based on Microsoft Cloud, services that are composed by productivity feature, productivity issues, and educational and research service. Okay, you can find in the link in the PDF of this presentation all related information. We require to use your identity, digital identity, to use the two-factor authentication method that permits us to make more sure, more secure your identity by the problem, the threats of identity theft. A restricted form of your identity is used for services that are not related to Microsoft Cloud services. This is the form, initial of first name dot last name, and the services are all the services that are the domain part santanapisa.it. Okay. To connect Wi-Fi services, you use your the same digital identity, but in the case of EduROM Wi-Fi, EduROM is a federation of identity for research and educational institute, excuse me. You have to follow your restricted form, but the domain santanapisa.it. The online services that you can find in the online services list of the institutional portal are the following. For training services, you have an available learning management system called Moodle. You have the services for admission and student services and career, S3. You can book meeting room and find the lesson, the calendar of your lesson, of your courses. You have a platform for training evaluation and an archive for doctoral thesis. For research services, I can indicate to you the mission transfer portal, the research archive for research asset, excuse me, and the software for anti-plagiarism, Authenticate. Authenticate is a software that is used only for research publication, no didactic scope. Okay? Contact. We have a unique point of contact with multi-channel availability to contact them. Via web, via email, via phone. Okay? When you contact help desk answer you that directly or follow and an escalation procedure to find the right person that can resolve your problem. Your problems are related to the
public asset use, no personal asset use. But if you have to if you want a support to connect your phone to Wi-Fi, ask to help desk, okay? Nothing is all. Thank you.
Good morning, and I'm the last, I hope not the least. So, I'm Alessia Carlucci, and I'm the responsible of the HR service. In particular, PhD students are interested with the HR service for the grant payment service. So we pay your grant. First of all, this is the most important thing we do for you. And in Italian, the part of the service that is interested by this topic is Staff Area Risorse Umane, Trattamento Economico del Personale. It's a little long, but it means just grant payment service. So we pay for you. This is the most important service we offer you. So we manage your data bank, and we are just in these days we are recording all your bank information just to be able to pay your grant at the end of this month. Maybe you can have a little delay of just 2-3 days because it's a long procedure to fill in all the data, and we are receiving just in these hours. So you will receive a monthly grant, and it's important you know it will be a net amount, because you know from the public advice you participated, the grant is subjected to social security contribution. So we take it before paying. So, and we pay for you at the INPS. So IMPS is the Italian institute that manages all the social security contributions for all the workers. So you are just like a worker in this case. You are a student, but you are this is the same system just for the workers. So you will receive at the end of the month, together with the payment, also a pay slip. In this pay slip you can find your gross amount, your net amount, and what we have taken for the IMPS, so for the social security contribution. If you need some information, especially the first times, just to understand, because it is an Italian pay slip, so you can contact our offices and we can explain. In July and November, you'll receive a double payment. So you will receive July and August together, and November and December together. This is important to know because you'll receive an amount that is bigger than the others. So you have to know this is only to anticipate the payment because of the closing of the administrative service in August and December. In the February of the next year, you will receive the Certificazione Unica, CU, at your email address. Everything we send at your email, your Sant'Anna email. So, and this is a document that includes all the amounts you received during the previous year. So this is important because this is a declaration of all the amounts you received. I remember what you receive as a grant is not tax relevant. So you haven't to to certify at your tax office in your country, but it is important, it is mandatory for the school give you this document. And it is also really important to provide the registration to the gestione separata. What does it mean? The INPS doesn't know you as a PhD student if you don't register, if you don't provide the registration, because your Italian fiscal code that you will obtain or you have already obtained by the Italian tax office is linked to your student position. So all your social security contributions are linked to your Italian fiscal code. If you don't provide to the registration, IMPS can't collect your contributions to your person. So it is mandatory and it is really, really important. These are our contacts. Here you can find the names of the colleagues that work directly on your payments. So they are Anna Maria Gheri and Francesca Lapenna for the monthly payments. And for the CU Certificazione Unica, the person is Angela Cardinale. If you need any information about all I have just told you, or other doubts or information that during the month you need to have clear, I hope you don't hesitate to contact us by phone or via email, as you prefer. Okay.
So thank you, sorry. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations. I think they all gave very important information. We're going to collect all the presentations and send them to you, so you don't have to remember everything or write it down, and we will send it to you via email. I think we're done for the first round of presentations, and I think the coffee break is being prepared in the outside. I'm sorry, I don't know. Okay, they tell me that yes, it's ready. So we can take a short break and be back by 11:45. Sorry, I'm not sure. Just hold on a second. Let me check. Era ora il break o dopo? Okay. So yeah, please go ahead and we'll be back by 11:30. So yeah, be back at 11:30. Sorry.
salute.
Come direbbero la mia nonna diceva esattamente questo, perché c'è la salute.
Perché la salute c'è in tutto. Hanno anche fatto la cercata della macchina.
E finché c'è la salute c'è tutto. Ce l'hai la casco?
No, è stato un brancino di geo con...
Già fa di paga, fai subito la richiesta di risarcimento.
Sì, però lo devo dimostrare bene, capito?
Non c'hai fatto, non c'è.
Sono riuscito a fare un video.
Però
Non si vede proprio l'urto, ma è chiara la dinamica.
No, ma te non l'hai visto l'urto?
Ero dentro la macchina.
L'hai visto l'urto?
No, non posso dichiarare falso. Ero dentro la macchina. E no, ma è stata una cosa assurda perché è presente il camioncino di spazzamento dei rifiuti, quello delle strade, che gira così, no?
Quello con le spazzole.
Mi fiancato strettissimo. E dall'altro lato c'era quello con il soffiatore di foglia.
Sì,
Che fa un rumore buono.
quello enorme.
No?
Sì.
Quindi niente, io ero dentro l'auto, questo mi ha fatto la fiancata e io non l'ho sentito, tanto per assorbire il rumore. Poi sono arrivato a Pontevera, scendo dalla macchina, faccio mettere un cane e dico, ma che cosa è successo?
Ti è venuto una mente?
Allora torno indietro, vado, mi faccio dare un video, perché mi sono avvocato, ho detto, ma io credo lo posso avere. E allora mi ha detto, in effetti potevo chiamare te.
No, sei figura. No, ma non mi chiamare.
E mi fa, sì, no, il video lo puoi avere, perché l'importante è che non lo usi, tipo lo metti sui social.
No, se lo usi per difesa in giudizio lo puoi assolutamente, non lo puoi diffondere.
Te lo poteva dare per te.
Esatto, sì.
Basta che ne
Non lo
fai
puoi
un uso,
diffondere.
diciamo, di riservatezza.
Sì, la Geofor paga, perché quelli che non pagano, te lo dico, Caprisa è comune, per esempio, siccome ha dato un gestione tutta a VR, che hanno dato solidarietà, per avere un risarcimento da VR è una tragedia. CPT, ora sono francesi. No, loro sono francesi. No, sono bravi.
Intanto loro si vede la vena che mi affiancano.
No, ma con l'assicurazione.
Sono fermi un minuto e fanno e quando la fiancata dalle spazzole alzate,
si vede lì, capocchiato lì.
Poi mi ha fatto la rigatona così, poi quando si è messo a fianco ero contento della passata.
E si vede anche.
E quindi mi ha fatto il
ma anche se vedi il video, tanto siccome c'è la cosa, quello che viene alla compatibilità del danno, cioè le altezze, devi... No, ecco, l'importante è che tu non la faccia sistemare. Sì, però non la fai sistemare perché prima fa la loro, perché magari non ti dice
Avete qui il puntatore se vi serve. Poi tanto io mi metto qua se avete bisogno.
Grazie. Sì, ma tanto sono
no,
2
ma non,
minuti per uno.
penso siate più esperti di me, però insomma rimango qui se c'è bisogno.
2 minuti. Allora io dico, fuori che vado via. Sei Alessia? Ah, sei lì, ok. Ah, ma non la fai?
Deve iniziare se
Sì, parliamo. Siamo nel pizza.
E mi introduco da solo, no? So I kindly ask the officers to switch the presentation. Potete mettere per favore, grazie. So let me briefly. Okay, so boycotting. Let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Calogero Oddo. I'm a associate professor of bioengineering at the Scuola and also serving as deputy coordinator of the PhD in biorobotics. But today I will speak in my service as president of CUG, Comitato Unico di Garanzia in Italian, that is translated according to the official website of the Scuola as Committee for the Guarantee of Equal Opportunities, Workers' Well-being and Anti-Discrimination. Let me briefly explain and illustrate you which are the, let's say, statutory provisions given to the Comitato Unico di Garanzia. That is a board that every public administration is required to establish according to normative frameworks in Italy. And the Scuola, according to this, established. This is, let's say, inserted into the statute of the Scuola, Article 27 of the statute, and then dedicated rules that determine the composition and functioning of the committee that I'm chairing. Basically, we are dealing with equal opportunities, promotion of staff well-being, measures against discrimination and violence in the workplace. I wanted to remark that, and this is important for you to have clear, and by the way, again, and another time, welcome to the Scuola for your start of your PhD, that the Comitato Unico di Garanzia is a committee that is responsible for policies. It is not responsible for managing individual controversies. Okay? For this, you will hear, as an example, the confidential counselor that will speak afterwards, but there is also a committee for guaranteeing of ethics code. So there are other statutory boards that enter into the specific controversy you may have between you and your supervisor, you and another person in the Scuola, you and your peers, and so on. There are instruments that are dedicated to dealing with those issues. Comitato Unico di Garanzia, instead, is a board that is in the process in the definition of the policies, okay, not dealing with individual cases. So this is very important so that you know who to speak in case of specific requests. So if you have an idea of a new policy that you wanted to introduce, a new instrument, it's good that you speak with us, okay? We wanted to introduce a provision that applies to all, a modification to rules, etc. You can come to us, propose, and we interact and we try to frame it within the different boards and organs of the Scuola. Instead, if you have individual issues, there are other boards. Of course, I can help you in steering the process, but then the person with which you have to talk with are other ones. So, what we have as responsibilities: proactive, advisory, and assessment. It means that we provide advisory on, as an example, staff training, evaluation, work organization measures, and so on. So in general, all the administrative structure of the Scuola and the relationship between administration, governance, and faculty, and all the different boards of the university and organs, we can provide our advisory and recommendations with the objective to improve well-being, wellness, and so improving organization to enhance how we live together in our academic community. We can have proactive actions, as you will see later, under my presidency, but also under previous presidencies. The Comitato Unico di Garanzia approved some specific measures that then were approved by the highest organs of the Scuola, the Academic Senate and the Board of Directors, Consiglio di Amministrazione, to allocate specific funding to specific measures that you will see briefly later. Assessment, so any measure that you activate requires also a feedback, so we do assessment on the actual execution of the measures that we propose with the aim coherent with the general objectives of the Comitato Unico di Garanzia as detailed before. The Comitato Unico di Garanzia has an equal composition among members, so half is nominated by the governance and half is nominated thanks to consultation strategies and actions with, as an example, most representative workers' unions, delegates of students and researchers, and so on. The current composition is this one. We have a Vice President, Stefania Agostini, that is a representative of administrative personnel, other two professors, Professor Capone and Barberi, and other representatives, Deborah Cini, Marta Fundoni, Emanuele Speziale, of other categories, plus the secretary to manage the meetings minutes. So looking at the specific actions that we have undertaken, we have provided contribution to gender equality plan, to the 3 years plan of affirmative actions, so-called Piano delle Azioni Positive, and other measures to help the community to have a proper balance between work activities and in general activities within our academic community and the personal life. So as an example, some vouchers for some categories of personnel that have the right to have access to those vouchers, as an example in case of parallel maternity or requirement to assist elderly people and so on. So we give some financial support in specific circumstances, and the inclusion criteria are defined in the call that is published annually. Just to give you an anticipation, the present call for the ongoing year, we are issuing those calls for fiscal years, not academic years, because it is easier to align with the fiscal year, because these issues dealing with earnings and so on should be aligned with the fiscal year, not with the academic year. So we are going to publish the call for voucher associated to the expenses undertaken in 2024. This will be issued in December approximately. So in case you meet the requirements, you can apply for this support. We are providing a contribution to sustainability, gender equality plan, and so on, reports and strategic documents. But something that I'm very proud of is that we, together with the University of Pisa and the Scuola Normale Superiore, we established the first inter-university center against gender-based violence. So you see those leaflets, these are in Italian, but there are also in English, distributed in the university. This is a help desk that is exactly with this aim. So to have a point of contact to which you can refer in case of any issue related to harassment, violence, and so on. I wanted to remark that while the confidential counselor that is here, Elisa Berni, that will speak immediately after myself, can deal with cases that are fully internal in the community. So whether the victim and the person harassing are both members of our academic community, instead this help desk can deal with cases in which the victim is inside the community, but the person doing the harassment can also be outside. Okay, so a partner, a person that is met for some reasons outside, but not a member of the school. So this is an important measure. Those that are in Italy know that there was a very sad case, the case of the murder of Giulia Cecchettin, now almost 2 years ago, I guess, yes, that was a student almost graduating in biomedical engineering. This shocked a lot the academic community and Italy in general. I wanted to say that this instrument was not created after that on the shock that all of us had as a consequence of that murder, but was done before. And this is a measure that is very important. It's free, it's confidential, it doesn't require any form of, let's say, necessary relationship with the judiciary authorities and so on. It's you to decide the kind of path you want to undertake in case you deal with that. As an example, myself, I don't know the individual persons that refer as a president. Though I'm the president, I don't even know the names of the person that refer to this instrument. I just know the aggregated figures of how many access this instrument has. So it's totally guaranteeing the privacy. The important message that the institution, the university, wants to give to the whole community is the fact that this is a tremendous plug in the whole community in Italy that unfortunately is still active, gender-based violence and harassment, and the institution wants to give institutional responses to those issues. So this is a way to provide measures and institutional responses to make you feeling in a better environment and giving positive instruments that you can use in case of an issue. In addition to that, we contributed also with translation of the leaflet dealing with maternity and safety at work. This was edited by the dedicated office, but we supported its translation and also guidelines to provide advisory on inclusive language. We also have periodic cultural activities, including, let's say, projection of films on the topics associated and related to the mission of our board, and we provide support to several of the initiatives that the university, let's say, activates in this area of gender-based inclusion, diversity, and in general anti-discrimination. I wanted to remind that we cooperate, so with the confidential counselor, with the board for the verification for the respect of ethics code, but also with Professor Vivaldi, that is the delegate of the rector in pertinent areas. We provided also our contribution to competitive research projects in areas that are related, such as you may have heard about the Engine project, in which there are immersive virtual reality experiences to provide let's say, training courses dedicated on sexual harassment, and also provided support to awards such as the Premio Paola Bora, and we are discussing whether to extend the reach of those awards as an example to other domains, as an example in the field. This is more related to social sciences. We are discussing on whether maybe it could be good to support a similar award in the area of experimental sciences to stimulate the participation of women in STEM areas. I've concluded, so I give the field to Elisa Berni. Thank you for your attention, and in case, please feel free to come back to me.
Ok, chiedo ai tecnici di proiettare. Ok. Okay, good morning everyone. I'm Elisa Berni, the confidential counselor of the school. I want you to know that you can count on me in case of need, and if you require information during the period you spend at the school. But now let me briefly introduce myself and describe what the confidential counselor does. First of all, I invite you carefully read the Code of Ethics. It's very important, and which I hope will inspire your behavior during the PhD period at the school. And in it, you'll find a definition of the role that I have. The confidential counselor is a third-party figure, autonomous impartial, is very important, and are committed to protecting confidentiality. The confidential counselor has the following main task: to provide assistance and listening in the guarantee of complete anonymity to those who have suffered from harassment, discrimination, and or mobbing occurring in the school place of study or work. At the request of the person concerned, the confidential counselor informs about the different options for dealing with the event and, in case, threats the solution to it. The second, the principle of equal opportunity, improving the well-being of those who work and study, combating discrimination, situation psychophysical discomfort depend on difficult relation dynamics and ensuring working environment respectful of the freedom and dignity of people. And to monitor any potential risk situation, carrying out activities to detect discomfort, also though the organization of specific and individual meetings with the various parties operating within the school. The main activities are internal investigation, monitoring, promotion, mediation, and listening. The activity of the confidential counselor follows the so-called informal procedures. To those who have suffered from formal procedure as outlined by the Code of Ethics, is very, very informal. And they act upon a request from the concerned individual, always agreeing in advance with them on the action to be taken. For instance, hearing from the people involved, organizing a meeting within the parties to attempt mediation, requesting the intervention for the other figures of the school, such as the CEG, CUG, or the anti-violence help desk, or the psychological support service. It's very important that no action is taken without the consent of the concerned individual. And confidentiality is a fundamental element of the confidential counselor activities. And the report can be withdrawn anytime. Anytime. Okay? The confidential counselor can be reached by email, consigliera di fiducia @sant'anna.it, by phone, it's my phone, also by WhatsApp, it's very, very simple, 349-166-422 and 4. Thank you for kind attention and good luck.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Alessia Barberi, and I am a psychologist and a psychotherapist, and I represent here my team. And I want you to be introduced with the Psychological Support Center that is managed by Performat. You can find out more about Performat from the website www.performat.it. Basically, we are dedicated to helping Sant'Anna PhD students with personal, emotional, and psychological concerns. I can understand that this fresh new start for you can be sometimes overwhelming, can be challenging, so we are here to help. We can offer you up to 6 free counseling sessions for students. This is the coordinator, Dr. Anna Emanuela Tangolo, and myself, Alessia Barberi, my colleagues, Samantha Frediani, Andrea Guerri, Andrea Merconcini, and Dr. Alessandro Weiss. There are 2 ways to access the path. You can have online sessions, You have to download our app, the Performa app, but you will know more if you need that option. Otherwise, you can have in-person session, and here you can see the address. We are located in Pisa, via 24 Maggio, numero 38. Basically, what you have to do is to send us an email. You can see the email here, and we take it from there. So I'm done. I've finished. Any question you might have, you find me here. Okay? Thank you and good luck. Bye.
Thank you so much. I'm going to invite the 5 PhD coordinators who are going to speak next to sit here. So a few changes today. Professor Biondi will speak on behalf of Professor Palombella, and then Professor Gasbarri will speak on behalf of Professor Alabrese, and Professor Leonetti will present today and will change with Professor Bainieri. So I'm going to welcome Professor Biondi.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Francesca Biondi. I'm Associate Professor of Constitutional Law here at the Scuola Sant'Anna, and I will give you a brief introduction to our PhD program in law. The PhD law is based upon a strong interdisciplinary perspective, and we nurture an integrative idea of laws areas, and we try to connect, to underline the link between law and innovation in our teaching courses, seminars, workshops, and in all our activities. And our team, the academics, the professors of our board are mainly professors of the Deep Policy Institute of our university, and our courses are aimed at stress the importance, the relevance of governance for inclusive society. And we try to explore, to analyze the most important issues from the political and legal point of view in our training courses. Sorry. Over the 3 years program, PhD students has to attend a number of courses, both in their project fields, but also in another field of their choice to ensure a truly interdisciplinary perspective. The number of hours of the courses decreased from the first years to the second, and in the third year, that it is mainly devoted to the PhD thesis, to the writing of the PhD thesis. The vast majority of the courses, more than 85%, are taught in English, and during our PhD period, the 3 years, our PhD students are asked to publish some essays, at least 2 contributions to a renowned scientific journals over the first 2 years. And as already mentioned, the third year is entirely left to writing and finalizing the dissertation. it is also important to stress the fact that during the period, the PhD period, a period visiting abroad is really important for your training, for your experience, from 3 to 6 months. The research period must be carried out as a visiting scholars at one of the prominent foreign universities in Europe or abroad, according also to the advice and of your supervisor, obviously. Here you can find our board. The coordinator is Professor Gianluigi Palombella, full professor of applied legal theory. Our board is composed by 17 academics from the Deep Policy Institute, 8 full professors and 7 associate professors. And in 2024, we also have 2 new components, 2 assistant professor. Here you can find some very short information, brief information about the member and the working areas. So Professor Palombella, full professor of applied legal theory, Andrea Bertolini, associate professor of private law, me, Francesca Biondi Dal Monte, associate professor of constitutional law, Edoardo Chiti, full professor of administrative law, and then Giovanni Comandè, full professor of private comparative law, Giacomo Delle Donne, associate professor of constitutional law, and Alberto Di Martino, full professor of criminal law, and Maria Gagliardi, associate professor of private law. It's a very brief introduction, but if you need more information, do not hesitate to contact me or contact directly the professors. Giuseppe Martinico, again, full professor of comparative public law. Gaetana Morgante, full professor of criminal law. Erika Parmelini, associate professor of private law. Emanuele Rossi, full professor of constitutional law. And the last slides, Caterina Sganga, full professor of private law, Emanuele Sommario, associate professor of international law, and Elena Vivaldi, associate professor of constitutional law. The new members of our board are Denise Amram and Giuseppe Di Vetta, the first assistant professor of comparative private law, and Giuseppe Di Vetta, assistant professor of criminal law. So very we cover many disciplinary sectors, but we try to underline the also interdisciplinary connection among our discipline. We also have foreign fellows in our board. We host a few leading scholars working in foreign universities, Jan Klamberts, full professor of international law, André Klipp, full professor of national and international criminal law, Teresa Rodriguez de las Heras Balel, associate professor of commercial law, and Professor Sadulski, full professor of constitutional law, and Raquel Xala-Barder, full professor of private law. Our challenge, in conclusion, our approach is aimed at making for law orientation to the future and bridging social science and applied experimental science. Our academic activities are carried out in the mainly building of our universities and in Palazzo Boil, in Via Santa Cecilia, and also in Palazzo Vernagalli, where we also have space allocated for PhD students. So if you need some space to study or to have also contact with your peers, the Palazzo Vernagalli hosts 2 rooms devoted to these activities. The courses usually start in October. The full program of our teaching activities and the academic calendar can be found at the website of the PhD in Law. Here you can find the references and also the contact of our PhD office and the administrative contact of Valentina Mistretta and the coordinator contact Gianluigi Palombella. Thank you for your attention, and do not hesitate to contact us for any information.
I'm tall enough to refrain using that. Okay, so good morning. I'm going to present you the PhD program in agrobiodiversity, mostly for those that are not going to attend the course, because I suppose that if you applied for the course, you know already enough about the course. So my presentation will be devoted to those not attending the course, mostly. The course is a 4-year-long course, so it's different from most of the other PhD programs here at the school, as well as in Italy, because the average length of a PhD course in Italy is 3 years. This course is 4 years long. So this is a major difference, and is attended by mostly students coming from abroad. Therefore, all teaching activities, all the activities are in English. So what is biodiversity? So the course is about agrobiodiversity, but let's start from what is biodiversity. Biodiversity is a complex topic. It ranges from genetics. Of course, DNA is at the basis of diversity. We all know this, but biodiversity is about the conservation status, the traits, the distribution of plants, ecological interactions, socioeconomic impact of biodiversity on human beings. Of course, agrobiodiversity is a vital subset of biodiversity. Here you see in this slide how the genetics of tomato influence agrobiodiversity. So it's biodiversity, and this biodiversity is useful, okay, because we all eat tomatoes, more or less, I guess. We all eat tomatoes, apart from those who are allergic. And you can see that we have quite a lot of choice in color, shape, taste, nutritional value, etc., etc. So clearly it's an important topic, and it has a lot to do with the genetics. But genetics is not the only, it's not the only aspect, because the genetic part of agrobiodiversity, which is the DNA icon in the middle of the slide, it means that the genetic resources have to interact on one side with the environment. We all know the climate change impact on plants, on agriculture. We are witnessing dramatic changes. Even during this weekend, we have seen flooding all over Italy. So this has a big impact, and of course, plants can deal with these changes thanks to their genetic information. On the other side is the management of these resources in the agricultural field. So on one side there is the environment, which is theoretically a natural environment, but it can also be an anthropic environment, such as the agriculture. So let's go to the coordination board, and this slide is to show you that we were younger, okay? Because if you take photographs from the internet, you always find pictures of people 10 years younger than now, okay? So it's not a very useful slide, because you will not recognize some of the people, including myself, but it's to show that there is a number of people working in the board, as a coordinator and as the board. People in the PhD program already know us, and therefore they can find us easily. So I will not spend much time on this slide. I was given short time for this presentation, and I'm glad to the organizer for this. Where is research carried out? It's carried out in 2 institutes, the Institute of Plant Sciences and the Institute of Crop Sciences. So mostly is lab-based research, but there is of course also field-based research as part of PhD projects, which are assigned to each individual PhD student. And where are these labs located? So most of the labs are located in the upper right corner, it's in the northern part of Italy. So the Sant'Anna logo identifies where we are now, okay? So if you can locate where we are now, where is the leaning tower, by using this you can see that we have two main institutes in that northern part of Italy, while one research group, which is the group of agroecology, is nearby the railway station, so the southern part of Pisa. Having said this, you can contact, of course, the PhD office for any information having to do with administrative problems. And the contacts are Laura Bevacqua and Martina, and that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, welcome all. Thank you so much for the slides. Just presenting the PhD program in Human Rights, Global Politics and Sustainability. Okay, so interdisciplinarity lies at the core of the core foundations of the PhD, of these PhD programs. And in particular, thanks to the diversity of our faculty board, which present in 1 second, which is more or less representing these 4 areas, which have to be considered broadly, including agricultural, food, and agri-environmental law, European studies, which covers both international relations, international law, and European Union law, public international law, which again is to be considered broadly, also covering some aspects of international relations, and political philosophy. And so, just present briefly the teaching program, which maybe is what might more interesting for you. Of course, not specifically on the PhD candidates for our program, which already knows how it works, but for the benefit of everyone. We have discipline-specific classes. The idea of providing, if not interdisciplinary, at least a multidisciplinary perspective on different areas given by the all faculties member of the PhD program. So these are the 3 pillars on human rights, global politics, and sustainability, in which we have 3 different perspectives on international law, agri-food law, and philosophical perspectives on these different areas. Of course, there is a lot of intersections between them and overlapping, in which the same subject can be perceived, can be discussed from very different background and perspectives on that. Yeah. Then we have optional classes, which may also interest you. For instance, super interesting is the course of Professor Nadia Urbinati, which is sort of visiting for us. She's a full professor at Columbia University, who is teaching the seminar on post-national forms of politics. And then we have other courses given by still by the faculty of the faculty board, but also from other professors of the Sant'Anna School. And these are the main, the general overview. And then also we offer specific courses concerning methodological skills. Like I think all PhD programs, our students have to follow 150 hours of teaching, divided between optional and mandatory courses. But then you're always more than welcome to attend other courses if there is some specific interest in a specific topic. Which I think another option will be, if as a suggestion, also to contact your supervisor concerning other courses that are given at the school. Maybe you cannot count them for credits, for teaching hours, but I'm sure there is a lot of interesting things going on that you can ask on the specific interest of your topic. For instance, the courses that we are giving to Lievi Ordinari sometimes are very specific and very based on, you may find something interesting in that area too. Then the coordinator and board. Again, I'm not going to present everyone, but as you can see, there is a very different board, because covering international law, philosophy, and agri-law, agricultural law, both in terms of national and international law. And also international relations will be the main core areas of our PhD. Concerning locations, we are all here at the center of Pisa, between the same of the PhD in law, so Palazzo Boil, here in the central quarter of the school, and in Palazzo Vernagalli again. And last but not least is Valentina Mistretta. She's fantastic in following all the administrative issues and concerning the PhD office. Of course, you're more than welcome to reach me directly, Lorenzo Gasbarri, or Maria Grazia Levrese as the PhD coordinator, and we will answer all your questions in the way that we can do it. Okay, thank you so much, and looking forward, and I'm very happy to welcome you at the school. Thank you.
Good morning, and I'm Luca Valcarenghi, so the director of the PhD in Emerging Digital Technology, and I will be the nth person to giving you a welcome, but welcome also from my side. Which is the objective of the course? The objective is to train professionals able to successfully access both national and international public and private research facilities and companies that manufacture products or perform research in the field of communication, information, and perception technologies. You can see in the slide some of the things that we are doing, starting from exoskeletons to working on programmability in telecommunication networks, but also you can see on applications and AI. These are the research and teaching areas of our PhD. The PhD is in collaboration between two institutes. So one is the TECHIP Institute, so the Telecommunications, Computer Engineering and Photonic Institute, and the other one is the Institute of Mechanical Intelligence. You can read by yourself the topics that span from the scheduling algorithms to energy saving management and open source real-time operating system that is done in the RETIS lab. And instead, we have more research related to telecommunication networks and services in the INRETE lab, in particular for what concerns optical communication theory and techniques. For what concerns the Institute of Mechanical Intelligence, we have some research work, and we have here the vice coordinator that is Professor Avizzano, that is a member of that institute. They work on human-robot interaction, mixed realities, optical fiber sensor, and integrated photonic subsystem, just to mention a few of them. So if you are interested in attending any course related to these topics, please consult the calendar that is available on the PhD website. So all these topics origin the three curricula of our PhD. So the embedded system curriculum, the photonic technologies curriculum, and the perceptual robotics curriculum. So if you are part of our PhD, you know already to which curriculum you are enrolled. This is the coordinator and board. So as I said, I am the coordinator, and the Professor Carlo Alberto Avizzano is the vice coordinator. You can see the color code. So the ones in green are coming from the telecommunications field. The ones in blue are coming from the embedded system fields, and the ones in black are coming from the perceptual robotic fields. Then, in terms of location, we are living in a galaxy not so far away, as our rectors mentioned, but we are not here in the central headquarters. We are located in the CNR area for what concerns the TECHIP Institute, and part of the Institute of Mechanical Intelligence is located close by in an area that is called La Fontina, that is very close to the CNR area. Most of the classes are taught in those two locations. Then, PhD office. We are going most probably sooner or later to change the address, because it's the only PhD that still carries the address of a single institute, but because we are now two institutes, most probably we will change our address in info-PhD-ADT, at Sant'Anna Pisa, but for the moment, please write to this address, otherwise nobody will answer your question. Let me thank very much our two administrative contacts that are Annalisa Bigi and Maria Matteo Sirigoyen, that will be capable of assisting you all for every need that you have. So thank you very much and welcome again.
Good morning to everyone, and welcome at Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna. And my name is Vincenzo Leonetti. I'm the coordinator of the PhD in Translational Medicine, and I would like to thank Milena Vanieri that just gave me the opportunity to stay here, because in the afternoon I will be in the hospital. And this means that our PhD program is highly multidisciplinary, because there is an interchange between physician, biology, and chemistry. They are trying to upload my presentation. Our PhD program is so new in the new version, because actually it got attention even from exceptional, is not working? Okay. From an exceptional student, the Sir John Bertrand Gurdon, that is a Nobel Prize for Medicine in 2012, that he was awarded with our PhD honoris causa in translational medicine in 2019. And why translational medicine? The necessity to have this kind of PhD? Because innovation that is coming from in the health field, try to solve problem of disease, try to move knowledge from the bench side to the bedside in the community. As you can see, there are several valleys that were gap of knowledge, and so we need new solution and try to find new tool, even new approach to cross this gap and try to improve the health, even to reduce the onset of this disease. Why? Because we need more doctors who are scientists, as you can see in this article, like physician scientists. There is an emergency because we don't have physician scientists in the world. So we take care about the education and training and skill in people that then will go to move in different environments. So our mission is to educate and train postgraduate students with different backgrounds in experimental biomedicine, clinical research. This is an overview of the background of our PhD students. You can see the majority are physicians, but even molecular biologists. But as you can see, is a real mix of different roots: engineer, veterinary medicine, pharmaceutical chemistry. And we use a multidisciplinary approach. That means that discipline collaborate from this separate field and try to contribute to get the goal and try to solve the problem. So you can see multidisciplinarity is different from the interdisciplinarity. Our research area: regenerative medicine. We are mainly focused on cardiovascular science, but even we open the window to neurological science, so in the connection between heart and brain. But we take care even about cancer, even about model of health care and management of chronic patients. This is our board. The vice coordinator is Giuseppe Vergaro, that is a cardiologist. As you can see, we have a physician with a white cloth at the stethoscope. So Professor Michelemdi is a cardiologist, Claudio Passino is a cardiologist, Alberto Giannoni also. It means that is mainly focused on cardiovascular science. Professor Fabio Recchia, that is actually the director of the Institute of Clinical Physiology, is a cardiovascular physiologist. So we have even a field in basic science related to physiologists with Paola Tonini. Then we have oncologists like Stefano Casola, molecular biologists like Professor Deborah Angeloni, but even chemistry like Benedetto Grimaldi from the Italian Institute of Technology. And even from the University of Pisa come people that are physicians related to internal medicine, and Danilo Neglia from the Fondazione Toscana Gabriele Monasterio, that is our healthcare partner. We have a multidisciplinary landscape of different courses, and the optional course we have this multidisciplinary. We have some course joined with other PhD, like management PhD, PhD in health science, technology and management. In red, you can see optional course from our PhD course. And our student can follow any course from any other PhD program available at Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna, even any course available at PhD course catalog within the ELISA network. At the end, every year, when people should move from the first to the second or the third year, we have the PhD Day. This is our pictures from our last PhD Day. As you can see, science, join community, and even people come from Scuola Normale Superiore to show the last result of the project, or even from the PhD in healthcare technology and management. If you need much more information about our course, we have a beautiful dedicated web page and linked even to the university planner. What location and facility? Mainly the Science Park of the National Council of Research. We have the biomedical laboratory with our beautiful and expert technician and technologists, even the Center of Experimental Biomedicine, and even the Simulabo, a skill lab that is located in Via Maffi. In Via Maffi, PhD students can stay, they have office, even in the room 68 of the Institute of Clinical Physiology, and these are other locations where they can perform science, mainly at the Institute of Clinical Physiology from the bench side, but even Fondazione Toscana Gabriele Monasterio from the clinical side. As you can see, in collaboration with other institutes of the school, like the Biorobotic Institute, but even the management and the MES lab, but even we have collaboration, and our students perform experiments at the Fondazione Pisana per la Scienza, the Italian Institute of Technology in Genoa, the Istituto Fondazione Oncologia Molecolare, IFOM in Milan, the Institute of Neuroscience at CNR, and Stella Maris in Calambrone. But we have also international collaboration, several international collaborations. You can trip around the world and try to find new solution to our disease. The PhD student scientific output is very good. Actually, we didn't update it, but you can see that the 45% of our PhD students are first author, so it means that they can collaborate strongly to improve a problem and even find solution. And job opportunity. It is a very long and growing longer career path, academic of course, but even opportunity in industry, and get a job as a physician styling. We give opportunity to start a company. We give opportunity to get a grant. We give opportunity to join to FDA and even at a regulatory society, even in Europe, the Horizon program. Welcome to our student of the 40th cycle. This is the list of the new one. As you can see, we have supervisor and co-supervisor that follow the experimental activity. Again, welcome aboard, and I apologize for the problem in the beginning. Thanks.
Thank you again. Since we're a bit early, Professor Iraldo will move up his presentation, which was supposed to be in the afternoon. And so thank you. I leave the floor to him.
Okay, here I am again with my interdisciplinary obsession. that I will talk about again in the next few seconds. Ok. Dove? Vabbè. Ok. So, first of all, an overview of our research areas. We are mostly grounded on the Institute of Management, but in the recent years, actually, our teachers are also professors coming from the two interdisciplinary centers, one on sustainability, the other one on health, as I will tell you in a few seconds. And actually, sustainability and healthcare are two of the research areas of the Institute of Management together with innovation. These are the three areas that in the last year, I would say academic year, have also become three different curricula of our PhD. So for the first time we are experimenting an informal, I would say, three different curricula separation within the PhD, Innovation, Sustainability and Health, that are distinguished by having different mandatory courses, as I will tell you in a few seconds. These are this research area, actually, as you can see, interdisciplinarity is rooted within the Institute because we worked on innovation, especially open innovation is one of the key areas of the Institute, but more generally, innovation concerning, for example, artificial intelligence and so on a management side. So how to manage, how to support companies in developing this kind of innovation, how to support policies to incentivize and to foster innovation. Sustainability area, again, is actually one of the three research area, is one of the topics that we have been dealing with for a longer time in the Institute. We have some specialization, so to speak. We have a circular economy, for example, focus, dealing with waste, the recovery of waste, the prevention of waste, and the use of new materials that are, for example, renewable or able to dematerialize the products and processes in the economy. We have also two areas dealing with, one with food sustainability, which has a strong relationship, for example, with other institute, with other research area at the school, and one also dealing with the tourism sustainability, the sustainability of events, the sustainability of, for example, sports, and so on. Everything that is dealing with a huge amount of people coming into a limited area and so exerting environmental pressures in a very peculiar way. And then we have the health-related area, which deals with healthcare management, mostly, that has a strong connection with the health interdisciplinary center, and that also deals with management and innovation of social welfare assistance, and a long tradition of performance evaluation in providing health care services to the community. These are the research areas that reflect, that mirror into the body, the board of professors that are teaching at the PhD, and also, as you will see in a few seconds, also in the courses that we are teaching. This is the board. I don't have pictures, just to avoid the aging effect. I didn't include any picture, but you can find easily the picture on the web, obviously. I am the coordinator, but I want to signal that Professor Tiberio Daddi is vice coordinator, who is an associate professor at the Institute, is vice coordinator, and he is dealing a lot, is giving to me a very helpful hand to manage all the teaching part, planning part, and so on. So he is the one to refer to if you need clarification, for example, on what we are teaching. All these professors are coming from, they have different backgrounds. Some of them by education are engineers or lawyers or dealing with other, we also have philosophers and so on. They are obviously dealing with management-related issues, but just to give you a flavor of how interdisciplinary we already are in the board. But we want to be even more interdisciplinary, And so what we do is, and this is what I'm going to ask as coordinator as a representative of the coordinators next year, also to my colleagues, we are trying to identify those courses that are more, ready to be taught also to other PhD students coming from other PhD at the school. And so I would like also my colleagues to do the same, so that we can signal to you what are, courses that can be useful for people with a different background, studying at a different PhD, but maybe they want to know something more about performance management in healthcare if they deal with health-related issues from other points of view. Or they would like to know better how to carry out, how to market an innovation dealing with environmental performance, so a renewable technology, for example. Or they would like to know more about how to assess the environmental footprint of a new technology, or how to assess the environmental impact of a policy. So we are dealing with those issues at the PhD. I'm trying to identify those courses that could be in the future, and I hope to do so. I'm committing to do so in a sort of a list of all these courses from the different PhD at the school that are dealing with, for example, sustainability-related issues or health-related issues, or, I don't know, innovation, artificial intelligence-related issue, and so on. So to be clearer in the offer that all together at the school we might provide to all the PhD students. This is the list of our courses. Some of them are obviously very disciplinary, they are very management focused. Others are more potentially useful for all the PhD. Where are we? We are basically in two different locations. One is the location of the part of the Institute of Management, which is Palazzo Aliata, where we have 2 classrooms, and we have also a room dedicated to PhD students. And the other one is the new location of Palazzo Boil, that, as if you're able to speak Italian and to read Italian, you see it's also a venue that is visited by guided tours. It's open to guided tours for all the people, for the citizens in Pisa and tourists in Pisa. So even if you're not interested at all in our PhD, please come to visit Palazzo Boil in a guided tour. We are there. Also in Palazzo Boil we have classrooms, so we are going to hold lessons there, and we have 1 room totally devoted to PhD students. So we have 2 rooms where the PhD students, even if they are PhD students not from our PhD, you can come there, you can have a seat there, a working station there, and so on. Luckily enough, we have had a lot of spaces devoted to PhD students in the last year, thanks to the school. PhD office, we have a person who is a wonderful person that helps us in doing basically everything, who is Volodia, so you have to refer to her. Please refer to her also if you're coming from other PhD and you're interested in attending some of our courses. And at the first stage, get in touch with her, then he's going to signal us, me, my vice coordinator, and so on, and we will fix things in such a way that you're authorized and able to attend. We will speak to your PhD coordinator because he or she has to agree on that, has to authorize that, and then we will fix things in such a way that you can attend. That is more or less it, okay? Thank you very much.
So thank you all. We are a bit early, so you can take a stroll outside and enjoy the sunshine. Lunch will be served at 1 o'clock outside where we had the coffee break. So thank you again to everyone, and see you all in 20 minutes for the lunch, and then we will come back here at, can't remember the time after lunch, for the second round of presentations by the PhD coordinators. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the lunch. So we're going back to the presentations. We have 4 PhD coordinators for this afternoon, and we are starting with Professor Sebastiani, and then later on we will have Professor Magazzini on behalf of Professor Moneta, and then Professor Menciassi, and then Professor Bainieri. Thank you so much.
Per cambiare le slide faccio io. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you. So congratulations for having winning this election. I give some information about our PhD program in agrobioscience. You know that there are many PhD programs in Scuola Sant'Anna. And this is just an overview. We are, this PhD is dedicated to the agricultural and biological areas. Actually, we have 2 curricula. One is more related to the genomics problems and crop production. So how genomics can be used, and also other omics like proteomics and metabolomics in improving the production of our crops. And the other curriculum is more linked to the problem in the field, so how we can manage agriculture, environment, and landscape in order to improve the productivity of our crops and also to mitigate the impact of our crops production in environment and also landscape. The aim of this program is to provide the students after 3 years a background that make them able to study in not only research, because more often our PhD students after the 3 years also have the opportunity to join in a company. There are many companies, also multinational company that works in this field. Today the food that you buy in the supermarket very often is produced by large companies that manage the field production, the transformation, and the commercialization of the product. So our program is also aimed to give people the capacity to deal also in works inside company or to start their own company, perhaps in several fields, like for example, you discover plants that can be used, so people can start a spin-off company on this discovery. We also encourage to stay outside, abroad. We have a lot of people that comes from, not only from Italy, but in any case, the experience abroad is important to enlarge the network and the collaboration and the possibility when you will finish the program. These are some of the courses that we offer to the students. All these courses are offered by the PhD board. They are quite variable. They are from methodological. For example, there are several courses on statistics and also programs that are relevant for data analysis. Every year, the amount of data that derive from experiment are increasing very fast. Consider that in genomic data, very easily from a single experiment, you can have more than, let's say, 50, 60 gigabytes of data that are important. So you have to analyze for every experiment gigabyte of information. And the future will be even worse because there are terabytes probably of data to analyze. So methodological approach to mining this data, to the recovery information will be every year more and more important. Here are some examples of research topics that our students are doing. So, for example, comparative genomics, genetic modification, and gene editing. These are new frontiers in plant breeding. So the idea is to rewrite the genetic code in order to obtain new varieties that can be more tolerant to abiotic and biotic, for example, stresses. We also investigate the usage of biostimulants or microbes in order to increase productivity. You probably know that the Europe want to ideally reduce or eliminate the use of synthetic chemistry in production. This is a dream, because the dream for the moment is impossible to achieve. But one direction is to try to use this microbe that can do the work that we actually have with using the chemicals, for example. A lot of studies also rely on the storage of the fruits. More than 30% of our crop are lost after they are harvested, because there are diseases, there is a wrong conservation of the products, and all these aspects must be managed. And we have also usage of ICT technology or technique related, for example, to what we call agriculture 4.0, so the usage of sensors, robotics, in order to simplify the management of the crops. That is not so easy. So because people working in the agriculture sectors are stressed a lot because the conditions are not ideal for working people. This is the coordinator board, so I am actually the coordinator. Then we have Professor Ferrante, Pietro Tonutti, Perata, Pucciarello. You see the board is not big, but all these actually can provide the supervision on in the field that I showed you before. These are the two locations. They have not only these two, we also have other smaller locations, but actually these are the two big locations. We are organized into institutes. One is the Institute of Plant Science, and the other one is the Institute of Crop Science. So plant science is the institute dedicated more to the, the basic study. Crop science is a little bit more applied to find solutions for crops. Our location is not far from here. We are in San Giuliano. San Giuliano is a municipality close to Pisa. Just walking is only 20 minutes, just walking with the bicycle 10, so very close to the centers. And these are the contacts. If you have some requirement, people can have this support. That I would like to thank Laura Bevacqua, that she's not here. Also Chiara Magini, but Laura Bevacqua is in charge for our specific PhD. So thank you. I think I was enough short to stay in time. And welcome again.
Okay, so welcome everybody, and congratulations for being here. I'm Laura Magazzini, Deputy Coordinator of the PhD program in economics. We have the program, the PhD program in economics is organized over a 4-year period, and we wish to let the student to acquire all the analytic and research skills that are required to conduct research in economics in the international scientific community. It is, the structure of the program is primarily intended for people who wish to pursue an academic career, but we also provide research competencies to work in research institutions at the national international level, as well as the private sector. The coordinator is Professor Alessio Monesa, and I am the deputy coordinator. The board is composed of professors at the Institute of Economics, and also we have Alessandro Caiani from USS and Roberto Fontana from the University of Pavia. If you have and I'm talking to the PhD students in economics now. Also, there is the PhD student representative, who is Damiano Di Francesco, an older colleague from the program. And the location, well, basically we are in the main buildings in the city center. Many of the activities actually takes place in the main building, but we also have venues in Palazzo Boil, as well as teaching activity may take place in Via Maffi. Everything is walking distance, one palace from the other. We also have the students to participate in seminar, workshop, and conferences that are organized by the faculty of the Institute of Economics that generally take place in the main building of the school. And we have cooperation for joint training activities with the University of Côte d'Azur in France and with IMT, which is located in Lucca. The organization, the PhD, is organized over a 4-year period, and during this period, the students are invited to participate to the weekly seminars that are organized by the Institute, to be exposed to themes in the research frontiers, as well as I was mentioning before, also workshops and conferences organized by the members. During year 1, the students are exposed to an intense coursework in Pisa that includes main economics subjects that are usually taught during the PhD program at the international level, ranging from mathematics to statistics and econometrics, macroeconomics and microeconomics, as well as economic history and history of economic thought. And then we have some advanced courses that are designed and are typical of the PhD, that are close to the research themes that characterize the Institute of Economics, that spans from complexity economics, industrial dynamics, economics of innovation, as well as the role of science, data science in the social science domain. During the second year, at the beginning of the second year, the students are hosted by the University of Côte d'Azur in Nice. So from the period that goes from October to December, there are some classes on topics and advanced courses in France. Then they can start properly working on their research thesis, and at the beginning, in April, we ask for the presentation of a research project. Then, during the third and fourth year, a period abroad is certainly recommended. The students will have to participate in their series of PhD seminars to present their work, as well as at the end of September, the institutes organized the PhD workshop, inviting international discussants to give hints and suggestions for the research project of each student. That's it. These are the contact of the PhD office. Let me thank Laura Bevacqua, Annalisa Bigi, and Gianmarco Mannocci for the work that they do for supporting the program. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. So this is the short presentation of the PhD program in biorobotics. So, which is the main objective of the course, which is the main topic. So we are studying robotics for bioapplied applications. So the first one is the biomedical application, so robotics for surgery, robotics for rehabilitation, robotics for different biomedical application, but also bio-inspired robots. So to study the bioforms, different bioforms, to develop better robots or to develop better components for robotics. So this can be represented by the biorobotic science, so using biorobotic to discover new principles, and biorobotic engineering, to use biorobotics to invent new solutions. And in fact, in our team, in our board, we like to represent biorobotics as a sort of cocktail, as a spritz just for the color. So with a part more related to robotics and one part more related to biomedical engineering. And let's say, there is not a journal representing this approach, but for example, in the Science Robotics Journal, that is one journal from the science group, let's say that this is one of the main journals where you can find the science and technology of the design and development of bio-inspired robotic system with biomedical application. So I have taken this slide now from one of the presentations, the real manifesto of the PhD program in biorobotics that was presented, let's say, 20 years ago by Professor Paolo Dario. Paolo Dario is, because he's still alive, but was the founder of the PhD in biorobotics. And for representing the PhD, he prepared these slides. So you have biological system, animals, so humans. Biological system can be analyzed with an engineering approach, with an engineering mindset, in order to be analyzed and modeled. So not just observation, just taxonomy, but engineering analysis and modeling. And thanks to this engineering analysis and modeling, you can develop a medical robot, for example, a robot for surgery. This is not bio-inspired, but based on the anatomy of the human body, you can develop a novel medical robot for surgery. But using this engineering analysis and modeling, you can develop a physical model of this biological system. And thanks to this physical model, you can develop a bio-inspired robots. Again, for example, for biomedical application. Or you can develop a biomimetic robots that you can use for validating your models. So using robotics for validating, for example, neuroscience models. Okay, so biorobotics research in a nutshell. So we are organizing our research themes in 6 main blocks. Wearable and collaborative technologies, so prosthesis, for example, exoskeleton, artificial organs and prosthesis, medical robotics and regenerative medicine, mathematical and computational modeling, bio-inspired soft robotics, and neuroscience, robotics, and bioelectronics. So it's just for a matter of explanation that we divided in these 6 blocks, but there are many interconnections. And for people applying to our biorobotics PhD, we try to make a better declination of these topics, because otherwise they are quite large. So your colleagues applying and winning for the PhD in biorobotics, for example, they consider that there is research themes and beyond. Beyond are some subsystems of the 6 blocks. For example, I took some example from the list in the application for biorobotics, biorobotic ecosystem. So it's a part of the main picture, and you can see a number of projects. Why projects? Because in our PhD students are involved in personal projects, but also in already funded projects that in some cases can support the position, but independently on the result of the project, we are considering projects as a sort of gym, as a sort of gym for training PhD students, for preparing papers, preparing patents, for really being exposed to real problems. So biorobotics ecosystem is an example of the different sub-research themes, soft robotics, microscale robotics, and many others. So just to observe that they are also linked to specific projects. Okay, coordinator and vice coordinator. I am the coordinator. I am Arianna Menciassi. The vice coordinator are these two colleagues, Calogero Maria Oddo and Stefano Palagi. Our PhD course is quite large, so there are other colleagues helping on specific topics, for example, the early meeting, the PhD selection, and so on. The PhD program board, this is the list from 1 to 20 of the colleagues belonging to the PhD program board. And in addition to them, there are also 3 external or partially external members. 2 of them are coming from the Italian Institute of Technology. Every year we have a couple or between 2 and 6 scholarships funded by the Italian Institute of Technology that is sharing with us the labs and some vision in biorobotics. Gianni Ciofani and Lucia Beccai. And finally, Cecilia Laschi, she is still with the Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna, but she is spending a period of, let's say, 6 years now in the National University of Singapore, and so she is considered an external member, but very relevant also for period abroad, for internationalization, and so on. The PhD office, this is the address, and the administrative contacts are Silvia Dell'Oro and Federica Radici. I have to say to Dr. Magini that this is a not official picture that was taken during a party, so yeah, so I can share later on. And where we are located, this morning the rector told you, please, for people staying in Pontedera, don't stay only in Pontedera, please, for people staying in Pisa, visit also Pontedera, and this is what I also recommend, that let's say most of our PhD students are located in the Biorobotics Institute in the Polo Sant'Anna Valdera, that is in Pontedera, 20 kilometers from here. We have another center in Livorno, more specialized in sea technologies and marine robotics, and different facilities and joint lab. Please consider that there are many students also working with patients. In this case, they can stay, for example, closer to some hospitals or research center or rehabilitation center. Also part of the IIT staff and facilities are located in the main headquarters in Pontedera. Just few information. From Pisa Central Station to Pontedera is just 15-20 minutes by train. And from the station in Pontedera to our facilities is 3 minutes walking without crossing any street, as I normally say. So in, let's say, 80 minutes you can come and visit us. And I think this is very important also for, I know that all of you will be really focused on your research, and this is what you have to do, but please consider to share also some experience with other colleagues. In Pontedera, we have also our facilities in terms of laboratories and also in terms of classrooms. For example, this is a map. I know that you cannot see the detail, but inside the institute there are some classes, rooms dedicated to seminars, lectures that are normally held here. In terms of facilities, we are also extending our facilities together with other experimental science sector of Scuola Sant'Anna, thanks to the Piano Nazionale Ricerca e Resilienza. So we obtained quite important funds to enlarge our research park. So we are in the progress to opening new labs in terms of equipment. Course teaching and general recommendation. We have 3 years PhD programs plus possible extension, but 3 years. And in these 3 years, you have to collect 20 credits by attending training activities, and at least 15 of these credits have to be at doctoral level. Others can be also at not doctoral level, and they can be interesting for covering some gap, plus 160 credits for research activities. You can find all the courses here. And the courses are organized in this, let's say, general picture. We have some basic courses on biorobotics vision. They can be adequate, they are quite short, and they can be adequate also to other students, not only students in engineering. Some course about S&T methods, courses about the ethical, legal, societal, and economic implication of biorobotics, and finally, biorobotics laboratories, also with hands-on session, and courses on focused research topics, depending really on your specific research topic. Plus additional PhD courses that maybe have been also presented by my colleague this morning for nurturing trans-program competencies. Every year, we organize an annual evaluation meeting that is a meeting for the assessment of your PhD. Very important at the first year, but also important at the second and third year more for sharing experience rather than a real assessment. So this was just as an example what we organized this year in July, between 23 of July and 25, alternating evaluation of the PhD with a full presentation, with some poster presentation, and also some invited seminar on different topics. For example, this year we had Agnese Rossi for more, let's say, she is writing on limbs, an invited seminar from an entrepreneur, and an invited seminar from Roberto Buizza, who is a professor of Scuola Sant'Anna working on climate change. That is something also relevant and interesting for our students. And next year, the first year PhD student will be here in this block next year. As an output of this meeting, we have, as I mentioned, the evaluation guidance and feedback for the students at the end of the first year, and they are evaluated on different, let's say, perspectives. So the enthusiasm and motivation, creativity, clarity and mastery of terminology. For some students, the first year is something to enter the project, so to also train in the terminology. Independence, organization of the research work, and so on. And we score the students in a radar like that, and we make a comparison at the second year to see if they followed our recommendation, if they improved it, if there is something to still tune. At the moment, the biorobotics course includes 173 students, because we have some students in extending the period. The students entering this year are 37 plus 1 Marie Curie. Normally, we have between 25 and 35 students per year. Quite international, so there is a large number from Italy, but we have students from many different nationalities. And what next? So many students ask me, but what doing after the PhD? And can we find, so with this number, can we find a position after the PhD? So basically, there are roughly 3 options. This is one option, so the academic career. So I selected previous students. So Sheila Russo was a student, I think that she finished 7 years ago, and now she's assistant professor in Boston. Yes, and I discovered yesterday preparing the slides that it is one of the most famous young students in North America. Or opening or working in a company that is not your company, but you can have a role in this company. This is Massimiliano Simi. He is now the director, the scientific director of the medical microinstrument company that was funded by a previous PhD student of Scuola Sant'Anna, but now much older than Massimiliano Simi. And now Massimiliano is operating this company with 250 employers in the R&D for the development of a medical robot. Or also establishing a new company. So if you discover that you have the passion to put your idea, to grow your idea into the market, why not? So this is a recent established company with a couple of PhD students coming from the PhD in robotics and one more with the dotted circle that is joining in these days. So I think this was, let's say, my last slide. I think that somebody, sorry, it is don't forget, not don't forget. I think this was already presented by some other professor this morning, some other coordinators, but anyhow, Matt might developed this illustrated guide for becoming a PhD. And to make the long story short, because maybe you have already seen this full story, so the idea is that you have to imagine a circle. This circle contains all of the human knowledge, and with the elementary school, with the college, with the university, you touch the border of the circle. At a certain point, you start with a PhD, and thanks to the PhD, you become the very, very expert in a specific topic in this stand. And what we say to our students is that, okay, it's fantastic, the PhD is increasing the diameter of this circle, but please consider that enabling solution can come from the rest of the circumference. So it's important to be focused, but please try to see around, because there are some solutions that can come from other discoveries. The rest of the circumference can change also their priorities in your specific research field, because maybe somebody can discover something that can affect your discovery. And communicate your ideas and results, because it can make your dent, so your specific contribution longer, larger, or simply with more impact. So this is the end of my presentation. So welcome in the PhD family of Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna.
Okay. Someone forgot the glasses. Someone forgot the glasses here? Not you?
No.
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. I'm Milena Venieri, full professor in management and coordinator of the PhD program in health technology and management. Usually, I'm used to be put at the end of the seminar and workshop, because usually I provide and summarize few points, so I'm usually be brief. In this occasion, now we have time to discuss a little bit, so I do not have many slides as the other, but I want just to present deeply on voice what the PhD program in health science, technology and management do, and why also this program was born. In particular, this program was born in 2020, so it's a date that everybody remember, and the idea of it's the newest PhD program at the school, and the idea was to provide an innovative, a really interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary program in order to answer to an easy question for a complex system. So everything is directed to healthcare system and how to cope with sustainability of the healthcare system, how to cope with the introduction of innovation into the healthcare system, how we can make innovative solution related to product, related to process, related, for instance, also to regulation, how we can make this innovation happen, how we can really move from the idea to implementing new innovative ideas from all the different disciplines. Because healthcare system is a very complex sector. The healthcare is a complex sector. We need a complex, and we need more effort to, we need the effort of more researchers jointly working in order to answer to easy questions. So the idea of this PhD program was to stress the multidisciplinary aspect in order to have people working at the end of this PhD into the healthcare system, both in public organization, private one, or also drug industry, in order to be able to understand the different disciplines, people able to work with interdisciplinary projects. So this program tried to stress try to make PhD students learning the basic language of the different disciplines in order to understand how to mix them and having this and putting together into an interdisciplinary, let's say, project. So the idea of the program was born with the aim to having an impact on the healthcare system. So stressing also the third mission of the research, which is having also a societal impact, in this case for the healthcare system. The PhD program covers a diverse range of topics. That's why it includes healthcare management, decision-making, clinical decision-making, public health, information and communication technology, biorobotics issue, law, ethics, management in general, economics, and engineering. So the three pillars of our program is to provide basic information on these three pillars. The first one is health, so people students that enter in this PhD program would have around 30-40 hours of meeting classes with a medical doctor, talking about clinical evidence, talking about how doctors are making the decision. On the other side, there is another group of classes related to engineering, and in particular on ICT, biorobotics, and telemedicine in general, drawn by and taught by our engineering professor. The last one, so the third topic, health technology, and management was related to managerial issue and widely the social classes discipline related to management, economics, ethics, and law. These are the group of the faculty board. On the upside of the slides, there is my picture and the picture of Professor Alberto Giannoni, the vice coordinator, because this is, again, we want to stress also the cooperation among social classes and experimental one. I'm from the social classes, representing the social classes professor, and Professor Giannoni instead is representing the classes of experimental classes. He's a medical doctor, he's a cardiologist, an associate professor working here and also at Fondazione Monasterio. In the list, I think that we are the largest board in the PhD. We count 25 faculty members just to include as much as we can the different disciplines that we want to represent into our PhD program. The first professors are also the founder of this PhD. So we have Professor Emdin, the past coordinator, the director of the center, of the Interdisciplinary Health Center. He's a full professor in cardiology, working also at the Fondazione Monasterio. We have Professor Sabina Nuti, director, full professor in management. Professor Castoldi, Piero Castoldi here, full professor in ICT. Massimo Bergamasco as well. He's from the engineering side. He also was among the founder of this PhD, as well as Professor Arianna Menciassi and Emanuele Rossi. So as you can see, many of these founders were or are also PhD coordinator of other PhDs, so we are not in conflict, but all together decide and understand and grab the importance to provide and try to provide a very different PhD, trying to teach how to do the interdisciplinary research. So one of the last slides of Professor Menciassi was, please remember the big picture. This is one of the things that we're trying to stress over our program, no? Just to take also a step aside and look at the wider picture, because we need to understand everything of this complex world of the healthcare in order to understand how our specific research in our discipline could make the difference in this peculiar sector. Then there is Professor Nicola Bellet, associate professor dealing with behavioral management. Alberto Di Menin, full professor in management. He is also involved in other PhD board, and he is expert also in innovation management. Professor Andrea Mina, part also of the PhD in economics, so the representative of the Economics Institute. Professor Silvestro Micera, full professor in engineering, also from Biorobotic Institute. Giuseppe Vergaro, professor, assistant professor in cardiology. Claudio Passino, full professor in cardiology. Luca Valcarenghi, here, full professor in ICT. Carlo Alberto Avizzano, that you already met as another coordinator of the other PhD. Luca, the assistant professor Luca Gori on the social sciences, Maria Gagliardi on the social classes, more dealing with the law, Professor Alberto Pirni dealing with ethics issue, Professor Gaetana Morgante, also the director of the Dear Policy Institute, working on full professor working in criminal law. And then the ones in italics are the external expert that we invited also to join our faculty board, Professor Lara Tavoschi from University of Pisa. She's an associate professor in public health. Andrea Barison and Matteo Cameli are other medical doctors joining our board. Gianluigi Savarese, he's an expert and a professor at Karolinska Institute. And last, Francesca Ferré, assistant professor at University of Milan, dealing with management, healthcare management. So the picture are listed on the basis of, in the order of the number. The other one, I'm just almost finished the location. Related to location, I want to say that our main, let's say, one of the main locations for our PhD is Via Cardinale Maffi, because there we have this room, also with many desks just for all the PhD working at the PhD, in the PhD health science. Close to the room, there is also the room of the PhD, the PhD of medicine, translational medicine, so that they can have also an exchange with the other colleague from the other PhD. And then I did not place it here all the room and all the other building of the professors. So one of the things that also Professor Menciassi stressed was that we are really supporting PhD in working into research team. So PhD students are invited to work with the research group of the different institutes. So there are other places where are the PhD, where there are the research team are placed. And the other aspect is also related to the idea that a PhD student is a researcher to be. Not so much a student, but a researcher to be. So that's why we stress quite a lot this aspect, to work together in order not only to grab knowledge from the PhD program courses, but also to put in place in practice, also on the field, what is your research. In terms of students, we are young. We are four-year PhD, so we are just having the first PhD graduation in these months. Some of them are already professionals working into the healthcare system, but some others that are coming are interested in doing academic research, so keeping on their path also into the academia. Last but not least, because we are providing, and the background of our PhD is quite different. We have PhD from medicine, from pharmacists that are pharmacists, PhD that are philosophers, PhD that have a background in law, in management. So let's say that this work of start learning how to different languages start just from the classes and the work and the exchange that they could have also into the room of the PhD room. Before ending, I want also to suggest you to look at our program calendar. We have very short course, 10 hours of courses with different topics, covering different topics. And because they start from the basics, if you're not a PhD in engineering, but want to discover what is biorobotics in health, you can add and join our class, because one of the most challenging part, the thing that we have to do is to really make our research understandable by everyone. And last but not least, I want to suggest also a workshop that we are organizing covering on AI in health, covering different perspectives from engineering to law, ethics, and managerial aspect that will be placed and organized very soon by Professor Avizzano. These are the contact of our PhD office. I would just thank very much Dr. Magini and Valentina D'Amore, as well as also Volodia Clemente, that helps sometimes and cover also the thing related to our requests. So that's my last slide, and if you have any question related to this PhD or the others, I think we are here to answer. Thank you.
As long as the years passed, all the disciplines. In fact, a word that today you have heard repeated several times is interdisciplinary, or disciplinary broadening, because one of the goals in ELISA is to tackle disciplinary broadening. We do like to put together researchers, students, PhD students and professors from different disciplines and allow them to organize activities and to get a bigger picture around you, because we have several examples and case histories of engineers working together with medical doctors, with philosophers, and we also have a lot of opportunities in this regard also coming in the next months if you are interested. So the most powerful mean that we have to allow you to make a mobility abroad in ELISA, they are the so-called joint calls. So the joint calls are periodically calls that ELISA open to everybody. So everyone can apply, of course with a certain specifics. Okay, so you cannot apply alone, you have to have a team. But we also offer you instruments to find and to put up a team. You can apply and you can propose a workshop or a challenge that addresses the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This is the most important feature that your activity should have to be eligible for the joint call. And each activity is funded with up 10,000 euros. So you could give it a try, not now, maybe you now have to focus on your research, but once you start your study program and you get in contact with your colleagues and would like to explore different ways to do research and to learn more, you can maybe ask us if ELISA can offer to you if there are any opportunities available for you. This is an example of what I was talking about. The fourth call, the ELISA joint call number 4, is now open. And those you see listed here in the slide are the forthcoming activities dedicated to PhD students and also undergraduate students. There is one in particular that I would like to address, because you will receive a message, an email message. It's the One Night to Innovate, because within ELISA we also embrace different souls of the university. Of course, research, of course, learning, but also entrepreneurship. So for those of you who feel to have entrepreneur soul, or you are just interested and to see what's about innovation, so stay tuned and you will discover more. And another opportunity that I would like to tell you is about the Ethos and Techne. It's a workshop that this year it will be at the second edition. This workshop put together engineers, but also people interested in AI, and it addresses also the ethics and legal aspects of the use of AI in technologies. So it is going to take place in March at one of the ELISA partners in Paris. So again, you will listen from us back on this opportunity as well, because we have money to allow you to participate in this activity. So we can fund you grant mobilities, okay, travel, subsistence, and whatever you need to participate in such activities. Another important opportunity that is dedicated to you is the PhD community in ELISA, because the ELISA community is put together PhD students, professors, researchers, whoever is interested in a specific topic and are disciplinary open. Okay, so you may find communities dedicated to a specific topic, or you can find broader communities like this one. It gathers all the PhD students around the Alliance with the objective to foster collaboration, knowledge exchange, and also to give you the opportunity to get in contact with your peers in Europe. So you maybe can type on the web the address for the community platform. You can access to the community platform with your own credentials, the one that you use here in Sant'Anna for your email and all the intranet services. You are already enabled to log in with your own credentials, and maybe you can join the PhD community to stay tuned on the forthcoming opportunities for you. The other tools that you can use to find opportunities, but also to get in contact with your peers, are the ELISA networking platform that helps you to find people working on the same topic as you. So maybe you can contact them and try to propose, organize activities for in the framework of the communities, or prepare a joint research project. And the other tool is the ELISA Opportunities Finder, that is a sort of calendar of events that are taking place within ELISA. You can find their courses, conferences, all the hackathons, all the activities funded under the communities, so maybe you can time by time look at there and see if there is any opportunity interesting for you, and come to us and ask if you are eligible to get a mobility grant. So in conclusion, you can see over there all the channels that you have to stay in contact with ELISA, but also here locally you can refer to the ELISA local office that is inside the International Relations Office here at Scuola Sant'Anna. You can write to me whenever you want, and thank you for your attention.
So I think we can wrap up the day. We've got to the end of our presentations, and thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for applying to the Scuola and to starting your journey with us. Thank you to the colleagues who presented their offices and services, and all the PhD coordinators. We hope that you now know a little bit more about how the school works, but we're always available in case you have doubts or questions, or you want to learn even more about the offices and the services and the programs, because today was pretty intense. You've heard a lot of information. So feel free to reach out anytime, and thank you again for being here, and welcome to the school, and have a great day.